How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is the 20th live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I know I sure am. That's right, we're on stream number 2 for the day. Oh, makes for a good day. We get one stream in, it's a good day. You get 2 streams, it's a great day. Oh yeah, that's how it is. Oh, man, we've got a bunch of people in the chat, so let's go ahead and catch up with it real quick. We got Rail Fanning Jonah. Can't wait for the stream tonight. Oh, I know I couldn't either, bud. No, I couldn't either. Bobby, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello. Will T Gaming, yo, what up? How's it going, Will? Hope you're having a fantastic one. Philippa, how are you? Says hi, everyone. Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. We got Ken. How's it going? What up, BDD peeps? Philippa says, how is everyone? Doing fantastic. Will says, going through my mods on PC. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Ken says, hey, Will T, Jonah, and Bobby. Jonah says, what up? Will says, Ken, what up? And Ken says, not much. Will caught the last 20 minutes of BDD's early stream today. Yeah, that had to have been pretty early for you all. It was, I think it was around 3:30, 4 o'clock my time. I think you all are about 13-ish hours ahead of me, give or take. So been pretty early in the morning for you all. So yeah, I appreciate you coming by though. Let's see, and I believe that is the chat. We're gonna wait one more minute before we get going. I want to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, Rail Fanning Jonah. Jonah, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, and we're starting off great. There's already a train going by.
Hey, you know what? It wouldn't be Rail Fanning Jonah if it wasn't for some rails going on. Just saying.
It won't be.
So you having a good time so far?
I'm having a great night, enjoyed the stream earlier, a good way to relax in the afternoon, and doing this a great way to relax this evening.
Oh, absolutely. Do you have any shout outs you want to give yourself?
I just, I guess shout out my channel again. If you like trains, go check out my channel. It's got everything about trains, the new drone shots and stuff. It's a great channel for trains.
Oh man, and those new drone shots, check those things out. It gives you a whole new perspective. And honestly, I was trying to articulate this earlier, but I don't think I really did too well. But it gives you like a whole new perspective and a kind of a deeper understanding of just what the train is going through when it's chugging along, because you got some trains that are just absolutely pulling behind them a huge load, and you might only see maybe 3-4 carloads at a time until you're gonna sit there and watch every single one of these carloads, but you don't get a real appreciation until you can actually see like some depth, like see them in the distant kind of thing. Oftentimes most people, we only see them as they're passing by the road or anything like that if we got to stop and wait. But we got Philippa with a 4-month membership. Thank you so much, Philippa. I greatly appreciate it. And you know what? That leaves us to a really good jumping off point. I'll get to that in just a second though, so I'll finish my thought. So just that new perspective, seeing it up in the air like that, I think that is so very cool. So Jonah, I think that it was a very cool investment that you did there, and keep up the good work on that channel.
Will do, sir.
Let's see. We've got Will T Gaming says, oh great, Jonah, LOL.
Come on, Will.
And he says, what up, Jonah?
The sky is up, Will. The sky is up.
The ceiling, my blood pressure, all those things.
Yep.
We got Philippa with a whole bunch of custom emojis. Thank you so much. Ken says, was Klaus or Jasper on the train? LOL.
They may have been at the passenger train, so they could have been passengers on the train.
I mean, in my experience, Klaus and Jasper, they drive the train. That's just my experiences.
I doubt it. I doubt they're driving this train. I mean, you can't be a ghost driving Amtrak.
You'd be surprised what Jasper can do. He's
I
a
guess.
pretty professional mission maker. He went out of his way. He got his accreditations. He's towing that track. Anyways,
No, Jasper's the one to blame when it breaks down. He's the one to blame when it breaks down.
exactly. All right, so Philippa, thank you so much again for that 4-month membership. I want to jump right into something real quick. Philippa sent me something just a few minutes ago, and I want to show it off. So starting out with, let's see, this folder here, and bring this up. There we go. And why is that like that? Let's see, fit. There we go. We got a few screenshots here of Philippa and her gameplay here. We got a brand new tractor with those spiky looking tires. That thing looks dangerous. Holy smokes, looks really good. But she went out and got some BDD gaming merch. Absolutely love it. Looks absolutely fantastic. Thank you so very much for picking that up. I hope that you really enjoy that. Let's go ahead and throw that up on the screen just real quick, just like so. Oh, now it's not showing up. Why is that the case? Ah, now we're cooking with gas. Look at that. Looks great, Philippa. Thank you so very much. Greatly. Why does it keep jumping away? Oh, I know why. Silly settings. But thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And we will show it off again later on when we show the entire merch roll. So thank you so very much. Let's see. Just need to change something back real quick. And perfect. Now we're talking. So for those of us who were here on the stream earlier, I went ahead and did a couple of contracts, did a bunch of stuff, but I am struggling here on the farm without some kind of means of being able to take things around the yard and do stuff like that. I've got my little tractor, I got, what else do I got here? Oh, I got my little forage mixer here, but I have nothing else. So, I need a telehandler, I need a front loader. I mean, personally, I can't stand the front loaders in games, so I think I'm going to go with the telehandler. I was going to, you know, splurge on a wheel loader, which I still might. I might borrow some money and get the wheel loader. What do you think, Jonah? You think I ought to go whole hog?
You can just buy everything. Just buy everything now and go the whole 9 yards.
I mean, that sounds like fun, but it also sounds like a good way to get myself in trouble. So
yeah, you might go bankrupt, so probably not a good idea.
let's see. What kind of dangerous stuff can I get into over in this little screen? Ooh, JCB, $175,000. Got this one here for $165,000. Oh, we got the big old Kloss here. That'll go with our Kloss tractor.
Go with something you can afford.
Oh, yeah. I mean, none of them I can afford, technically. So I'm definitely going to have to borrow money, but, I mean, if I wanted to, I could get the Volvo. I mean, but I don't know about all that. I don't know if I might live beyond my means just to stay away from the Volvo. It's so slow.
Yep.
It's a nice little front loader, a nice little wheel loader, but it's just so slow. It's so slow.
Yeah. I personally haven't figured out how to work any of these tractors yet.
I tell you what, it's I normally stick with the telehandlers. Those are my bread and butter. But I'm trying to keep things unique from play to play. So it's one of those that I just want to make sure that I do my due diligence. So I might get the little JCB, $175,000. It's significantly cheaper. It's 195 horsepower. What about the? It's not that much more expensive for that kind of horsepower. We're talking 224, 248,000. It's a little bit more than $1,000 per thousand. This, 300 horsepower for this one.
It could work.
You know what? I think we're gonna go with this bad boy right here. 300 horses. Let's ooh. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think this will work.
I think the yellow looks good. Yeah, go with the yellow.
Let's see. Lights. Oh, yes. Power of the sun. And what about tires? Ooh, big old wides. 168,000 all in. Okay. Let's borrow some. Whoa. Let's borrow some money. Let's see. Philippa says you're welcome, and Ken says that just giving Klaus and Jasper a reason to do something else to hit. Yeah, it gives them another target. That's exactly what's going to happen too. That is exactly it. Let's get up to, let's see, about 200,000. We'll borrow an even number. $100,000 we'll borrow, and we will just go ahead and go all in. So we've got this one here. Light configuration, wide tires. Let's go with Midas wides. Yeah, why not? And main color, yellow. I think that looks pretty good.
I like it. It does look good. It really does.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this. $167,800.
Pocket change.
Oh man, if I had $170,000 just to throw away on a telehandler or a wheel loader, hoo-hoo-hoo.
Go ask Mr. Beast. Maybe he has something.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's just ridiculous money right there. The Beast bars at every store and every But you know what? Good for him. Good for him and anybody who can do that kind of stuff. Good for all of them.
Yep.
And let's see, what can big bag lifter? Let's see, what should we go with?
Go with something that it can use to lift.
That's a good way to approach things. Oh, you know what? We could use the CSZ pack. You know what? Do I want? Yeah, you know what? We will. We'll absolutely do this. There we go. Oh, listen to that grumble. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Jonah, what kind of mischief have you been up to on your Let's Plays, on your gameplays?
My mischief is for some reason just seeing how many bales I can get off one field. Like I haven't really I disabled a save, but I got the biggest field I could find and just bailed it for no reason just to see how many bales I get. I get over 2,000 bales off one field.
Wow. Holy smokes, 2,000 bales on one field?
Yep.
Wow, that's a massive field.
And that's 2,000 round bales.
Oh, wow. Are you at the largest capacity, or are you doing one of the smaller ones?
At the largest capacity.
Wow. Holy smokes.
And that's not using the quick bale or anything, just the basic baler.
Now, is that one where you got to start, stop, start, stop?
Start, stop, start, stop.
Oh my goodness, Jonah. You are a trooper.
And I did it just for fun.
Hey, that's the thing is, it doesn't matter in this game just how long something can take. As long as you're just having fun and doing it, then it's gravy. It's excellent at that point.
I don't know what it is. I just find it oddly satisfying watching it eject the bale and stuff.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. The only thing that gets a little bit frustrating, and part of the reason why I like the quick baler so much, is because of how you can get those kind of weird rolling physics. Oh, hello. Why'd you jump over there? But you know what I mean? They just want to just kind of run away on you and hide and get into places that they're generally just not supposed to be in.
Yep. I know exactly what you mean.
Yep. So it's one of those that it just oftentimes is better to deal with square bales or the quick baler where you can just, kind of slam them in place and be good to go.
Yep. Hey, sometimes it's good to play it more realistic,
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Sometimes there's good callings for that kind of stuff. Look at that. We're finally able to move stuff here on the farm. I love it.
And now you sell it, right?
Oh my goodness. The only thing about this particular wheel loader is you see that animation. It looks like you just broke your arms just getting in and out of the wheel loader. Looks so ridiculous sometimes. But see, now I need like a bucket, and I need there's so many tools I need now. Where can I put this?
Yeah, like say you need more than just that.
Yeah. Well, that's the only problem is, one at a time, and then you got to go back. But that's also the other reason why I decided to get this one as opposed to the other ones. It's a little bit cheaper, 170,000, it's 300 horsepower, but it goes 31 miles an hour.
Which is fast for farm equipment.
Oh, I mean, it's hugely fast for anything, but you throw that onto a wheel loader, like you might as well have the Indianapolis 500 of wheel loaders.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, you just hear that motor screaming, just meow. Holy smokes, I love it. I absolutely love it. The only thing that, I thought I hit the button, I guess I didn't. The only thing that's kind of wonky about this is that the weight distribution, because it's that kind of wiggle bottom articulating wheel loader, it wants to kind of buck around when you wiggle around and whatnot. So it's not a huge deal, but it does get to be a bit much from time to time. So let's see.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But I mean, the great thing about this thing is power of the sun.
Power of the sun.
Oh man, I tell you what, every chance I can to kind of upgrade the lighting on this, on any map, so I can do night farming and stuff like that, I do it. And oftentimes what I'll go with is that lightweight. I wasn't Raleigh Christie. Who made that one? I cannot remember. Let's see, I'm gonna need a bucket. Let's see, 8,000 liters. 36, 5,000. Oh, we got this one, 10,000, but I don't think I'll be able to handle it. This is the massive one for the Volvo.
Yeah, to get the same bucket you used last time I was on stream. The big capacity bucket.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Which one was that? Was that this one? No. Of course, I can't remember which one it is.
It's somewhere on there.
You know what? Maybe I'll go with this one. The Vessel and Lade.
Why not?
Wheel loader. Get in black. That looks good.
It
6,200.
Yeah.
Ken says, look out for traffic, BDD is on the... Isn't that the truth? Isn't that it says, look out, traffic, BDD is on the move. Mm-hmm. Better watch yourselves, especially because I got the big equipment now.
Something I think will be nice if they could do maybe in 25 is make it where like the traffic you actually can like bump them out of the way, if you run into them.
Oh yes, now that would be cool, but something I think would be rather difficult because of how they kind of design the traffic spline system. They basically have them. The way I always kind of describe it is, do you remember those old race car tracks where you had two little strips of metal underneath your car, but the car would ride around in the little metal groove?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's basically like one of those. Following that same kind of principle. Whoa! Okay. Whee!
What are you, driver 53 there?
You know what? Imitation is the biggest form of flattery.
Do a barrel roll.
LOL barrel roll. I don't remember where that came from. That was something from way back in the... But you see what I'm talking about, though, with the whole physics about this. Probably because I had the bucket too high up. But
At least you were empty.
yeah. At least I was able to get all the way back around. Oh, but I have stones
I couldn't
there.
imagine you just stuck on your roof. You got to go get something to tip it back over.
Oh my goodness, I could only imagine. And that would be my luck too. I'd be just brand new piece of equipment and then bloop. That actually happened on my Alma series where I was running around, right? And I had just gotten the it's the John Deere sprayer, the this thing, the self-propelled sprayer. And because of the spawn point for all the equipment for the dry box here, it was spawning and then tipping over every single time, the dry box. So it took me every bit of 30 odd minutes to finally get everything up and running to the point to where I could actually get the dry box connected. Just get it connected to the...
Yeah, I know what you mean. I have the same problem with that.
Ken's been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much, Ken. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, so that was the problem I was having, is it just kept tipping over, and finally it took me about 30 minutes to get everything all kind of aligned, up and running, and finally able to get it connected. And I'm so happy. I'm like, oh, yay, I finally got it, where I need to get it. Oh.
I think you're a little heavy in the front there, buddy.
I think you're right. Okay, you know what? There are ways around this. There's tips and tricks and tools of the trade, and I'm gonna take advantage of them. So, anyways, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh, Alma, Missouri. So I was driving around and getting the dry box. It kept flipping over. There was nothing I could do. It took me a half hour to finally get it just to connect. Well, finally, I'm driving back to the farm. I'm like, oh, yeah, I finally got it. I'm all happy, and I'm fully loaded and all of that. And all of a sudden, I make the first turn. And the same exact thing happened, to where it just barrel rolled, but because it's so flat in the back, I turtled. So then I had to go all the way back to the farm and just get my telehandler, get the biggest weight I could possibly slam on top of that, and then go from there. And it was an absolute, just complete nightmare from start to finish. Oh my goodness.
And you think you had it bad. I had the same thing. It took me an hour and a half. And I just said, well, I'm just going to go use mods and use, super strength to put it back on its feet.
See, and that's what makes me wish, it's like, PC and Mac is looking better and better every day.
Yeah.
We see all these mods that PC and Mac players get. Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm pretty sure.
It was just one of those. I don't really like using it, but I'm like, I give up. If I can't turn it up right after an hour and a half, I think I have the right to use mods to get it on its feet again.
I tell you what, you obviously have a patience of the saint, because me, I wouldn't have that kind of patience. I would have been like, nope, let's just dive right into the quickest and easiest thing. Let's see. I want something. I don't feel like 3 tons is going to be enough.
I mean, it sounds like a bunch, but in farming style, it's not a lot.
But yeah, and that's it. And I was thinking, oh, well, I'll just get the lightweight here, but it's only 3.5 tons. It's only 0.5 tons more than this. And this is way cheaper. And this goes up to 2.5, so yeah, let's... Okay. I think that'll do.
Yeah, the good yellow. That looks good.
And oh, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. Oh,
Oh, they won't notice it. It's a new coat of paint.
New
They
coat of
won't
paint.
notice.
You know what? That's a good way to look at it. All right. Oh my goodness! Look
They didn't have time to do the rest of the tractor.
look how jiggly this thing is. Oh, it's like Jello. You always got room for Jello.
Oh yeah.
All right, here we go. Everybody, out of my way! Here I come. No more LOL barrel rolls. We're here for the facts and nothing but the facts. Let's do this. So Jonah, what
Yes, sir.
what do you think about the new weather system, the announcements that they recently made about FS25? Are you excited for the tornadoes? Are you excited for the hail? Are you excited for baby animals?
Yes, I'm very excited for like the weather. You know, like say in 22, I'm like say the rain is fine, but actually getting something that could potentially damage your crops, like with the tornado or hail. I mean, I've seen what hail can do to crops, so I'm pretty sure that can do a pretty good number too. And even just high wind in general.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, as I was saying earlier today in the earlier stream, it really excites me that we're actually going to have something that could actually interject and make a harvest like actually difficult. So unless you go through and screw something up like severely like I did on Pelenier, for those who haven't seen it in the last episode there, I kind of made a goof. I know, right? It's hard to believe Big Daddy Dave goofing up and making something not work. I understand. Be still your beating hearts. I understand, but it happened. I'm just kidding. It happens quite often. Oh my goodness, even 3.5 tons might not be enough. So it's gonna be cool, I think, to have a system in place where it could actually potentially hurt you. Because like everything about this game is procedure. It's all about procedure. You do A, then go to B, then go to C, and so on and so forth. And as long as you understand and know what that procedure is, then you're going to be pretty much set.
Yeah. And just imagine a tornado. What else it can do? Like say, what if it can hit your animals and kill them by ag? Kill them. And stuff like that. You have to buy new ones.
That would be very interesting, but I kind of have a hard time believing that Giants would do something like that because, and the only reason I say this is because there was a mod that was coming through the pipeline, as far as I'm aware, that was going to allow you to basically butcher your animals. You take them for slaughter and all that. And it got either derailed, crushed, or something. I don't know the full story, and I'm not 100% sure that what I'm saying isn't just a yarn. But I know for certain, I know for fact that there was mods that would have you be able to process your animals. And the reason I know that is because I happened to download it, and you could see kind of like all the different cuts of meat and all that stuff. Looks like I got everything. No more rocks. So it was just one of those. I knew it was there, and I kept asking around, and it's like, hey, what's the story with this particular mod? And I think it was something by Zuddlezocht, but it just never came to fruition. And my guess is that Giants basically said no. We don't want.
And I can see why.
What's that?
I can see why slaughtering animals would not be the greatest thing for just farming. It's farming. There's no need to slaughter your animals.
Yeah, and that's why I think that more than likely that would be something that would probably not happen with the weather system is, hey, you had a tornado come through and now all of a sudden you have less animals in your pen. For that same reason is, they don't necessarily want the game to reflect around, death and destruction to that degree. That's just my guess.
I say at least maybe maybe damage the barn and say, hey, you got to fix the barn or fix your house or something like that.
And I could see that certainly being a possibility because of the whole building your house and whatnot, the system that they have in place. I could certainly see that being a possibility. There we go. Look at that. We got us a nice new wheel loader with a bright yellow bumper. Okay. Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat here. So we've got Ken saying, yep, but not good for insurance company, LOL. Yes, I am an insurer's nightmare in the world of Farming Simulator. In the real world, they love me. They absolutely love me. They don't have to deal with me that much, and I just pay them. So, needless to say, I'm getting the short end of the stick on that one. Will says, BDD can't drive, LOL. You know, I could see where you would think this. Let's see. Bobby says, the redneck right of way. I love it. He who has the biggest tires have the right of way. Yes, might makes right. That is 100% right, Bobby. Philippa says, hi to Will T Gaming. We've got Will saying, the one thing I love about PC is that you have as many mods as you want. 100%. As long as you have the hard drive space for it, then you have the mods. 100%. Ken says, more weight power. Yeah. More power. Jody, how's it going, Jody? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Jody says, hi. Got, like I said, Jody, hope you're having a much better day than you were this morning. I hope that the stream this afternoon was able to help out, and I hope it only gets better and better as the night progresses. We got Ken saying, hey to Jody. Philippa saying, how are you, Jody? We got Bobby saying, I wonder if the tornado can transport you to the land of Oz. Now that would be amazing. Unless you ran into the witch, of course. If you ran into the witch, I hear that she can be kind of a nightmare. So, just FYI. You know what? Here's a good rule for life. If you ever see anybody with green skin, run in the other direction. Just saying. Just saying. Jonah, that's some good advice there. I highly recommend everybody take it.
Yeah, I would agree. I would totally agree.
Let's see. We got Jody saying, how you doing tonight? Doing fantastic, Jody. Let's see. Ken says, maybe Jody, if you wear something that is sparkling ruby red. Yes. Yes. Benji, how's it going? I see the cownado headed to your farmhouse. Oof. Cownados? You know what? I will take a cownado any day over Sharknado. Just saying. Let's see. We got Jody saying, good. Helping my wife wash clothes. Very nice. Got to be the good hubby. Help out where you can. Timbo, how's it going? What's up? First visit. Well, Timbo, hope you enjoy your visit here. How you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. So let's see. Well, we don't have any contracts. We don't have anything else to do. We just bought us a wheel loader, and we went into a massive amount of debt. So let's get to the
paying it off.
Well, I wish we could start paying it off. That's the problem, though. We got to start working towards paying it off. But we can start making... Oh, no, we can't. We need water. Well, then. Let's go get some water. Just so happens we're hooked up to the tanker already. So, Jonah, you're into the crops and into the tornadoes and the hail and being able to have some kind of force that can destroy your crops. That's 100% in agreement with you there. What do you think about baby animals as a base game feature for 25?
I think that would be great, like saying baby animals. It's something like, say, you can maybe buy them cheaper, like, say, if you have just want to start off small and just have 2 animals and then be babies, they can probably be cheaper than the adults, and the babies will gradually grow into adults and probably be more easier to handle, and by the time they're adults you learn how to take care of them better.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Now, what I kind of hope is, we all know how, well, maybe some of us don't, but the the baby animals have different mechanics to take care of them than, say, the adult animals. So, for instance, the baby cows require milk as a input for them to be able to function properly, which makes sense. And for a lot of baby animals, that is a legitimate function of, their process. They require milk for nutrients and all that stuff. It's easy to digest and all that. Well, I wonder if they're going to do something similar for baby animals here on 25. I kind of hope so, because it just adds that little layer of realism to the whole to the whole animal experience. So that's something I'm going to be on the lookout for, and I hope that that's something that they incorporate into it as well. And we are making lime. 5 liters, 6 liters. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, wow. Wow. Look at that. I didn't realize that. So 500 liters of stone gets turned into 1,200 liters of lime. That's actually pretty good. That's more than doubling.
That's good.
Yeah, big time. So you figure I had almost 10,000 liters of lime. I'm going to get about 20,000 liters as an output. Oh, yeah. I'll take that.
Perfect.
And we're chugging along. We're making fertilizer. That's awesome. Let's see. We got Jody saying, welcome, Timbo. Timbo saying, thanks. We got Ken saying, welcome to Timbo. And Timbo saying, no property animals or equipment damage. So that's the great thing about the new FS25 and all that, and really in the FS22 and before that as well, is that those are oftentimes things that you can switch around. So if you don't want it, you just turn it off and you're good to go. So it's really kind of a dealer's choice at that point. And I do like that option being available, is that if you want the damage, you can have the damage. If you don't want it, you don't have to. And that's fantastic. That's the best way to set it up, is that it's really going to be up to the individual who's playing it. So let's pop this over here. Perfect. Got Timbo saying from Twisters, yes. Philippa says, trucker need gas. Trucker needs gas. Which? Oh, tractor. Tractor needs gas. Yeah, it's definitely getting there. It's about half tank. Let's see. And then we've got Jody saying, earning... Oh, hubby points. Yes, earning wife points. 100%. You got to earn those points whenever you can. Anybody in a relationship knows exactly what we're talking about. There's any chance you can earn a few brownie points with your significant other, you are in good shape. Let's see.
Yeah, you would know that the best.
Hey, you know what? I've been married since 2013. And yeah, any chance I can get some hubby points, I take advantage of it. I take advantage of it, because I tell you what, there's often times where Big Daddy Dave here deducts from those points. So you got to stay more into the positive in the point department than in the negative. The moment you start getting into the negatives is when bad things happen.
And we don't want bad things happening.
No. We already have enough bad things happening because of Jasper and Klaus. Let's not introduce that in IRL. Let's have that just in game only. Bad things happen in game. In real life, let's have the positive mindset. Let's have some good, solid, positive flow. So that's what we're gonna go with. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip forward to the next day. And hopefully we're going to have some contracts, because right now we got diddly squat. So
they don't want you making that money back yet.
They don't. They absolutely don't. But in the meantime, Jonah, what are you now most excited for in regards to 25?
I think what I'm most excited for, just like for the playing it, like say getting into farming simulator has been fun, And I'd say, I'm definitely turning on the weathers, because that's what I'm going to be about. It's like, I want to see what can happen to my fields. Like, say, if a tornado comes through, and what are the consequences? Like, say, I now have to start over, but
How soon can I start over from a tornado and stuff?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I'm right there with you. Will was saying earlier how the bales, like if you don't have bales underneath storage and whatnot, that the tornado can come by and damage the bales. It can damage trees, it can damage crops, like all that stuff. And farming isn't easy. Farming is one of the most stressful trades that you can be a part of. You know, every little thing, like nothing is in your control whatsoever. You are basically on a wing and a prayer to get from one day to the next to the next, and there's can be one small hiccup that can destroy everything. Can destroy an entire farm if one little thing goes wrong. So it's one of those to kind of introduce that into a kind of almost chaos theory element into the game is I'm looking forward to it, but I can also understand those people who are like, you know what, I have no interest in that. I just want to be able to play and have fun and all that stuff. I get it. Ooh, I saw contracts. Ooh,
Yay!
we got potatoes, we got beets. Ooh, sorghum. Yes, we want those sorghum contracts. Cause, hold on. We've got, oh, hey. Oh, fertilizers. Fertilizer's full. Lime at 24,000 liters, nice. We still got 12,000 liters of manure. We've got, whoo, boy, we got a lot of stuff. And we've got a stage 2 grass field in the back now. That just dawned on me. Let's go back there real quick and check that out, because I'm pretty sure it's stage 2 now. Oh, that's stage 2 grass right there. Look at that. Beauty. Beauty.
Yeah, and I think in our area, like you said, farming, it ain't easy. Our area is actually experiencing some bad farming right now because we started off not getting enough rain. Now we're getting too much rain.
Oh, and like I said, that's it exactly. Is that every little thing can really throw a wrench into farming. Every little thing. It could be bugs, it could be rain, it could be lack of rain, it could be just a simple oops, like somebody just not thinking through things. There's just so many different things that happens in real life farming that could completely tank an entire harvest. I know that the show is made for mainly entertainment purposes, but check out Clarkson's Farm. That is a really good show to show you just how much is actually involved in real farming. Or check out YouTube and see all the different farming channels, like the Millennial Farms and all those that are out there. There's tons of farming related content out there. You just got to go out and look for it. And any one of those things can happen and completely tank an entire business. An entire family could go be devastated by one hiccup in the chain. Let's see. We want those sorghum contracts. So let's go ahead and borrow that. And borrow that. So let's see. 8 and 19. Potatoes, red beet, carrots. Oof. Okay. Let's do this. Whoa. Oh, we are gonna have to shuffle around. Let's see. All right, so yeah, like I was saying, it's just Ooh. Dave is not. No, bad. There we go.
Boy.
Oh. Wow, that's the sorghum field I gotta go to? Oof. Okay, well, buckle up, everyone. We're gonna be in for a long harvest. But no, like I was saying, the whole point of this game, farming simulator, keyword simulator. So the fact that we're getting something that's going to be more... Ooh, that was the worker's fault. That was not my fault. But the fact that we're getting... Actual idiots. AI. But the fact that we're getting something that's going to put us just that much closer to real life is something that I personally am going to welcome in the World of Farming Simulator. I understand that not everybody's going to feel that way, but me personally, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Looking forward to it just simply because, it's that simulator vibe. And the fact that we're able to turn that simulator vibe off at any point is just absolutely fantastic. So it's really just a dealer's choice at that point. Let's see. Timbo says, amateur, 25 years. You know what? I'm catching up. Not really. But I definitely intend to be there one day. Absolutely intend to be there one day. So, keep that 25-year mantle warm for me, because it's not going to be too long. Let's see. We got Miles. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day, Miles. Says, think it should be... think it should have been expansion, not full game. It would have been made more profit than whole new, and only true interest... Oops, we're running up to the bridge. Only true interest is the old school equipment and the barge. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where I think the people at Giants there are just making such a huge advancement in the way that they are going to present the game and the way that they're going to do things, that I think they're just doing everything they possibly can. I think they're doing everything they possibly could, what they wanted to have happen in FS22. I think this is all stuff they wanted to get done this year for this game. But, the old consoles and stuff like that just didn't have the horsepower necessary to do it. So I think they finally pulled the cord, and now here we are with all this new stuff. The weather, the baby animals, the ground deformation, the GPS, God rays, the whole 9 yards, all these different things. Miles also says, and it being expansion wouldn't have lost the mods. Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, it's just one of those, I'm just excited about it. I mean, regardless of how it's going to get presented, I think that, me personally, I'm not in a position to tell them what I think is best. I can tell them my opinion, but I don't know. I'm just like, I'm happy, I'm excited, and really looking forward to 25. Let's see. We'll get over there real quick before I continue reading, because, of course, if I start reading, I'm going to run into something, as Jonah is well aware of that happening.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? It's one of those that I wouldn't read and drive in real life, so I don't know why I would sit here and do it in stream. But it's one of those... Obviously, it's because I've got so many more things going on than just me getting from point A to point B. So...
And you're one of the good ones, though. Like, say, that's what I like. You read chat, as often as you can. That's what I like.
I mean, it's one of those that I try to stay engaged with what everybody's saying. And I've pointed this out, as time goes on and as, the channel continues to grow and stuff like that, there is going to become a point where I'm not going to be able to do that. It's going to be a good and a bad problem to have, for obvious reasons. It means the channel is doing well. It also means that, I'm just not going to be able to get to everybody and what they're saying. But while we're at this stage where I can read all the chat, where I can do stuff like that, where I can involve the chat and members and all that stuff in the streams and stuff, I want to be able to do that stuff. I want to be able to make it to where this is a good place to come, hang out, have fun, and just enjoy what we're doing here. And so far, I continue to receive positive feedback. Whoa, no. I receive positive feedback from everything that we do here on the channel, and just one of those that we're going to stay the course and, hope it continues to lead to success. And so far, like I said, we're nearing 2,000 subscribers here for the channel, so I'm going to chalk that up as a win. Let's see. Here we go. We are getting sorghum. Want to get as much as we possibly can because that sorghum will be a vital input for our pig feed. And let's see. Let's stop real quick. So we need sorghum, wheat, sunflowers, and sugar beets. Now, I have sunflower. I have everything. I have wheat. I have everything besides sorghum. So I'll be able to actually make pig feed after these contracts. So, oh man, now I'm excited. I just realized that is going to complete a recipe. I'm going to have pig feed. We might get some pigs.
Get some bacon.
Now you're... Who here has ever heard of the old... It's an old video game for computers. It was called Redneck Rampage. Anybody remember that game whatsoever? It was...
I don't.
No, it was a first-person shooter game, and basically it was just, you know, like two redneck characters, and they would just go out and cause... It was basically like Grand Theft Auto before Grand Theft Auto, just kind of based on, you know, like redneck characters. It's basically what it was all about. But one of the kind of lines that was in it, and to this day I always remember it, and I just quoted it just a second. Now you're making bacon. And whenever you like shoot a pig or something, that's what they would say is, "Oh, now you're making bacon." So it was just a funny little throwaway line. I always really enjoyed it. A friend of mine had it when I was growing up, and every once in a while when I go to hang out at his place, we'd pop it on, and it was just like kind of raunchy humor kind of thing, but it was fun. It was a good time. Let's see. Let's continue with the chat here before we get too far behind. We've got Bobby says, could also be Jasper. You know what? Anything bad going on, we'll blame it on Jasper. Just always, forever, and always. Jasper is the problem. Timbo says, Miles, a lot of people have said that it was explained to me is they dropped older systems in order to improve 25 graphics. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I understand too, is, you know, in order to be able to make all the improvements that they made for 25 going out of 22, that's the whole reason why they dropped the old consoles. Now, according to Will T Gaming, and I 100% believe him on this, is that they were originally going to drop the old consoles for 22, but they received a pretty sizable backlash after announcing that they were going to do that. So they promptly rolled that back. And when they rolled that back, then we got 22. And they were trying to do all these things for 22, from what I understand as well. And they just didn't... They weren't able to do it. They weren't able to do all these things because of the old consoles kind of weighing them down. So it's one of those... As I've said numerous times on the channel, I feel for anybody who still has an old console, who wants to be able to play 25, who now can't play 25 or has to go through and upgrade their consoles to be able to do it. I feel bad for them, but at the same time, I also am excited for all the new possibilities that are out there. So we'll kind of see how that goes. We got Miles saying, could have been done that the expansion needed a new system. Yeah, 100%. Why am I still driving? There we go. Timbo says the old systems can't handle the engine. It's time to phase out the old ones. Over and out. Let's see. Miles says, agreed. The old systems needed to go, but would have been possible to make the expansion only work on the new system. That's, you know, also a fair point. I mean, being able to have... But then you're running into the issue of having exclusionary content for one system versus another. You know, then you're basically having to cater to three separate entities at that point. PC and Mac are going to have their own set of dynamics, mods, maps, and all that stuff. Then you have consoles are going to have their own set of dynamics. And then you're going to have old gens having their own set of dynamics. And then they're having to then maintain three separate systems in order to make sure that nothing goes all cattywampus and all that stuff. So I can kind of see, you know, not wanting to deviate too far away from that. So like I said, I'm not a game developer, I'm not a designer or anything like that. It's just one of those that I could see that as kind of like a devil's advocate kind of issue. So, Jonah, what else are you excited for when it comes to 25?
Well, I have to say, I mean, like, say, I guess in general, I'm just excited for the game itself. Like, for me, I'm a very, very easy person to please. So everything, I'm just excited just to get the game. Like, say, if you ask me, I couldn't tell you what I'm most excited for because I'm just excited for the game in general. Like, I'm an easy guy to please.
And you know what? I 100% agree with you. I was mentioning this earlier how I'm just so excited. I'm like a kid with a new toy. And unfortunately, I can't play with that new toy right now. And every time that we get a new update, every time we kind of hear something new going on about the maps or about the game itself, it's just makes me just that much more excited. Makes me just that much more ready to have it in my hands. And we still have so much time. We still have months before we actually get, anything out of this. So it's one of those where there's still so much time where we can get new information to drop, new just new stuff that we just don't know yet. And with that amount of time, I really think that Giants is just playing a lot of things close to their chest and saying, hey, the best is yet to come up to this point.
Yep.
Let's see.
All right, hey, BB, you know how I mentioned, why I'm Team Jasper and stuff? Want me to tell you one of those ghost stories I mentioned?
Yes, let's hear it.
All right, so this happens at the same train station that I almost accidentally burned down, but this was way prior to me doing that. So there's always been rumors that this station has been haunted by the former railroaders that go by or whatever may be in there, which I'm not really a paranormal person, but this particular night was something paranormal did happen. So the bathroom lights are motion activated, so when you go inside, the lights come on automatically. Well, it's 10:30 at night. The station closes at 5 p.m. and I noticed the lights to the women's bathroom has come on. Now, that would happen from time to time, like say a spider could crawl in front of the lens or whatever. But this particular night, for whatever reason, the toilet seat was picked up and slammed down as hard as it could be. Like you could hear it. It didn't just fall. It was slammed down by something. And it scared the daylights out of me.
I could only imagine.
And the same night, as I'm getting ready to pack up, something starts banging on the station door and making it vibrate violently. I'm like, yeah, I should probably leave.
Yeah. Holy smokes, that is terrifying. So real quick before we continue, Tanner, I appreciate you coming on to the stream and whatnot. I would appreciate you keeping the chat clean. What you put there was inappropriate for this channel, so I appreciate you keeping it clean going forward. Go ahead, Jonah, I'm sorry.
But it's just, that and stuff like that. Like, say, the bathroom light, it will come on occasionally. But I'm like, that's the first time anything's ever, actually happened. It's like, why would why would the women's bathroom seat be up in the first place? So that's what made it, already spooky enough. I'm like, something picked that up and slammed it down.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely terrifying. Like, holy smokes. Yeah, and you're right. There would be no real reason for the toilet seat to be up in the woman's bathroom. I mean, there can be, reasons that it happens or whatnot, but that would be pretty exceptional. But then on top of it, for it to just slam down with nobody there, that's nuts.
And that's what I'm like, the bathroom light coming on, but because say you'll be able to somewhat see, because we, like say, we were friends with the person who had keys to the stations, you kind of could see when someone would be in there, and there was no one in there, like no shadow or nothing. I'm like, yeah, that's not natural.
Oh man.
So I kind of do that just to make sure I don't, maybe Jasper's the one at the station, and maybe if I go Team Jasper, he won't try to scare me anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I've said it so many times. Jasper is a mischief maker. He just sits there and he just wants to chaos theory everything. So one of those that he will sit there and just do whatever is necessary just to get a rise out of people. But for the most part, he's relatively harmless. Not causing harm or anything. Just a pest.
Yeah. And I've had another time, like say, where I was on a ship before, and I was tapped on the shoulder, and no one was there.
Oh man.
And I was like 8. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, now me being 8, I turn around and like, did that. I start looking around. Like, it doesn't process into my head until like years later. I'm like, what the heck tapped me on the shoulder?
Oh yeah, no, and I tell you what, it's actually funny because that reminds me of a story that I have. So my aunt, excuse me, my aunt ended up buying a house. I was maybe about 8, 9, around that age, and she ended up buying a house. Her and her husband at the time bought a house, and they ended up needing to get inside. Well, they didn't have the key to the front door with them, so they just decided, hey, they found a window that's open. They decided, you know what, let's open it up and crawl through. Well, of course, we're going to send the kid in, the 8-year-old who can be limber and whatnot and dive on through. Well, we go in there and we're checking it out. I go and open the front door and whatnot, and we end up closing the front door, the window and all that stuff. So we're just kind of wandering around and whatnot, and there's still some old furniture left in the house that they bought and all that. And as we're walking around, all of a sudden we see this old rocking chair, like this really old, kind of dilapidated rocking chair. And all of a sudden this thing is perfectly still, and it goes from perfectly still to just rocking back and forth. And we're not talking like just a subtle, kind of sway kind of thing. We're talking full blown, like back and forth. It's like something's in it kind of thing. And the first thing I thought was, well, it's got to be, the wind or something like that. And my aunt's freaking out at this point because she's like really into like the paranormal and stuff like that. And she's sitting there like, oh my goodness. And I'm like, what? The window's got to be open. I'm thinking, with my 8, 9-year-old brain, it's got to be the wind or something. And she's like, I closed the window, I closed the door. There's nothing that could be making wind with that kind of tenacity kind of thing. So she's freaking out, which of course is freaking me out. So needless to say, that was a very interesting experience.
Yep.
And like I said, I have nothing, absolutely nothing that could explain it. It was one of those, like, we were looking around for like vents. Maybe there was like a vent that was like right next to it, and there was nothing, no vents, nothing that could be like pushing it with that kind of a like sway. So it was definitely interesting. And needless to say, immediately after that, like once we kind of took stock of everything that was around us at that point, we decided to just leave. It's like, yeah, I think we're done here. So needless to say, but then of course I've got family who watches too many ghost hunter episodes and whatnot, and they want to go and find the ghosts. So I've got a cousin who has done those ghost like paranormal kind of recordings and goes out to the spooky locations. Where I'm from in Michigan, not too far away from us, it was a town called Battle Creek. And in Battle Creek there was an old insane asylum that was shut down and whatnot. It was just completely overrun and basically reclaimed by Mother Nature.
Yeah, I've heard
And-
about it.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
We ended up going there. We ended
Oh,
up going
boy.
to it. Yeah. And we're wandering around, and we get to just the like outside entrance, and all of a sudden we start hearing just banging and clashing and all this stuff, and it's like, nope. We turned on our heels and took right off. It's like, nope. I mean, for all we know, it's just other people that were there. For all we know, you know, but that are like homeless people or whatever. But it's just one of those like, no.
Like, I'm not taking my chances. Like, say, I can deal with a train station ghost, but that place may actually be haunted.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing is, you know, for those who like truly believe, you know, like ghosts and the afterlife and all that stuff, you know, an asylum like that, pretty much anywhere where there's a lot of negative emotion or negative energy, all that kind of stuff, you know, those tend to be the ones where they're like there's the most activity and the most aggressive activity as well, because there's a lot of like negative feelings around it. So that's just one of those, like, when we started hearing all that stuff, like I said, we just turned on our heel and just like, see ya. You know, and at this, I think we were late teens, maybe early 20s when we did this, when we decided to go do this. So it was just one of those like, nah, no. But we did do a different experience where we ended up going out to this one property, and we were wandering around. It was in the woods, like no idea where we were at this point. I was the only person smart enough to bring a flashlight at this point, and it was me, my cousin, and several of my friends and a couple of his friends. It was quite a big group of people. And we ended up walking around, and we ended up finding this fenced off area. It was just fenced off. Nothing inside of it. It was just a fence out in the middle of a field. And none of us could explain what the story was with this fence. And we're looking around, you know, walking around the fence and whatnot. You could see everything that was there. Like, you could see, it was just like a chain link fence with barbed wire at the top of it. So it was like something was in there, either being kept in or something was trying to keep something out. But for the life of me, I have no idea what it was. We got Maxon just subscribed. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate that. But it was just wild. I have no idea what the story was, why they would just have a fence out in the middle of a field. But I mean, it kind of leads you to the old conundrum about, you know, two people come across a fence in the middle of a field. You know, one says, you know, wonders what this fence is for. The other says, tear it down, you know, kind of thing. I'm kind of paraphrasing that, but
Yeah. That's all I wouldn't mess with is like, so you never know. Like that fence could be there for a reason, and you tearing it down could upset the spirit that put it there.
well, and like I said, it's just one of those. It was a chain link fence with barbed wire. If it was just a chain link fence, and it was a square, like it was all like squared off, like it was literally just a fence squared off in the middle of a field. To this day, I still have no explanation as to what it could have been, why it was there, or what it could be keeping in or out. If it was just a fence, I wouldn't have batted an eye. I wouldn't have cared. But the fact that it was not only just a fence, but it was barbed wire, or not barbed wire, it was a razor wire. That's what it was. I said barbed wire earlier. It was razor wire. So there was a specific reason that they didn't want something getting in or out of this specific square that was in the middle of this
Was
field.
there any holes in it? Could the thing potentially already got out?
I mean, I didn't notice anything, and I mean,
Okay.
thankfully we all made it back home in one piece. I'm here talking with y'all tonight, so it was just the wildest experience because, like I said, I'm the only one with a source of light, the only one. So I've basically got I don't know, maybe in between half a dozen to a dozen people. Let me think. It was me. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there might have been like 8 or 9 people that were just like wandering through the woods, and we came across this, field. And for all I know, we were just trespassing on some dude's property, and thankfully we didn't get shot or something. But again, stupid teens, stupid teens gonna do stupid stuff. But we came across this thing. It was just the wildest thing, and again, to this day, cannot explain it. Cannot explain it. Let's see. Before we continue on with this, let's go ahead and catch up with the chat, because I see, holy smokes, I am really far behind. What is going on? Okay. So, Will says, just finished going through mods. Very nice. Ken says, can't wait for Cavalier Roy's combined county map to come to FS25. Now that, oh man, that would be amazing if we were actually able to get that on consoles. If we were able to get that on consoles, oh boy. That'd be one I'd flock to real quick. Let's see. What do you think about that one there, Jonah?
Yeah, I think that would be, good. Like, say, the other one that was combined, I've been playing that a bunch recently. I think that one's gonna become my new one, because I'm big on big maps and stuff like that. So like all of them combined like that would be fantastic and perfect for me.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. We got Bobby says, you didn't want to meet Casper. No. I don't care if Casper's a friendly ghost. I don't want to meet him. I'm the person who sees Casper the friendly ghost, like TV shows and the movies and all that stuff, and it's like, you know what? You're still a ghost. And I understand that you're trying to be nice to me, but I'm suspicious. Let's see. We've got Miles says, I hope Lone Oak comes to 25. Now that would be an amazing map. Lone Oak, that's honestly one of the maps I've heard the most from people who want to see a map return from previous iterations. It'd be really cool to see that one come back, because that one was a great map. Timbo says 27 years ago when... Oh, that's what's going on. That's why I'm not seeing everything pop up. All right, hold on. Let me... Sorry, I'm going through the chat. All right, I just saw it. There it is. All right. Teneric, I warned you once. Now I'm going to go ahead and... Let's see. Put you in timeout. So, like I said, I'm not going to tolerate, people coming on here and acting a fool. So, we're going to put you in timeout for a while. That's why I'm not seeing everything. So I had it on top chat, not on everything. So, anyways, where was I in the chat? Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to...
You were at Tycho 27 years ago when I...
Yes. Just trying to...
Timbo at 27 years ago.
Should have been expand. No. 25. Okay. Now we're cooking. I'm catching up now. Yes, Timbo, with 27 years ago when I was dating my wife at her house one night, bedroom door kept closing after being open for about 20 minutes. Then the shower door slammed half a dozen times. It was time to go. Holy smokes. Timbo, that's nuts. Yeah, so after an experience like that, shock she's your wife. that kind of
bye.
yeah, that would have been like, see ya. Something's going on around here. I don't know if this stuff's gonna follow you the rest of our lives. But you know what? Hey, congratulations. Glad that she's your wife, and glad it sounds like nothing continued to follow you. So hopefully, hopefully
she
we're all
knows.
good. As far as we know. Will says, "What do you think about GPS, Jonah?"
Well, I think it's perfect. Like say I use GPS on 22, and I think having it on 25 is just be perfect. It's going to help the AI out a lot, so they won't be so much actual idiots anymore.
Yes, 100%. Really looking forward to GPS. I think that's going to be a huge improvement. See, Timbo says, our house now it was haunted, but nothing has happened in the past 7 or 8 years. Well, that's good. That's good. You know, knock on wood.
Now
That
that you
nothing...
mentioned it, it's going to start happening again.
Oh my goodness, no! Let's not do that. Let's not. We'll give you good vibes there, Timbo. Good vibes. Hopefully nothing bad happens going forward. Will says, Miles, I don't think it will. I asked Bullet Bill and Oxygen Javen if it was. Oh, that's a shame. And not is if. Miles says, that's too bad. It was nice cross-play map. Yeah, 100%. It was a solid map, so maybe one day, who knows, but fingers crossed, who knows. Luke says, I'm in. Luke, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We've got Will saying, if I find out, I'll let everyone know. Yes, please do. Ken says, hey, Luke. Luke says, hi, Ken. Will says, I didn't send any screenshots to BDD for this stream. No, I was rather surprised.
Oh,
almost sent out an APB. I almost sent out an APB for to make sure that Will was okay, like a safety check. Let's see. Bobby says, we need to send Scooby-Doo to get them ghosts. LOL. Let's see, if we send Scooby, he's going to run in the other direction. He just fumbles his way into unmasking the villains.
And you think at that point he knows it's a guy in a suit. Why does he still run away?
Yeah, that's true. Maxon, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey dude, love your vids. Can you recommend some good 4X maps? Unfortunately, I'm on console, so I don't know too many 4X maps. One, though, I just actually stumbled across earlier today. I just stumbled across it, and I love the version here on consoles. So the one I'll recommend is one called Galgenberg 4X. The 2X version is absolutely gorgeous. I can only imagine the 4X being infinitely better. Infinitely better. So that's my recommendation. If anybody on PC or Mac knows of good 4X maps, please go ahead and help Maxon out and put it in the chat. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's see, we've got Ken saying, Will, I sent BDD a bunch of screenshots. I hope everything will like them. Yes. I hope everyone will like them. Yes. That will be shown later on here in just a little bit, actually. And then we got Luke says, that's funny. Funny, Ken. Nice, Ken from Will. And we got Bobby saying, whenever you make something idiot-proof, a better idiot clone comes along. Yes. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? There's no such thing as idiot-proof in my experience. There's only... it's only how bad can those things be messed up by a stronger idiot. Maxon says, thank you, dude. Was actually looking at that one. Like I said, the Galgenberg 2X map is absolutely gorgeous. Now, a lot of people don't like it because Yogi tends to put a lot of required mods, and that tends to turn a lot of people off. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them whatsoever. But I was explaining earlier my kind of opinion on the whole required mods for maps is you're either going to have those mods in the map itself, and thus it's going to increase the map size, or you're going to have them as standalone separate mods that are required. So there's really no difference. You're still going to take up the same amount of size on your hard drive. You're still going to be, accessing those same kind of things, whether it's on the map within it or externally as a separate mod. It's really neither here nor there in my opinion. So my opinion's really changed on the whole required mods. What do you think, Jonah?
Yeah, like say, for me, like say, when I was first doing, installing, the new maps and stuff, from the mods, like say, whenever it was required, I'm like, what if I don't want this? Like say, why do I have to use this? Like I couldn't figure it out. Like say, I'm just wanting to play your game. Why are you making me download all this stuff? But now I use mods all the time. So it's like, well, if it has required mods, it gets lower my thing because there's a lot of things I have to download and like say I'm only be using if I'm using your map, so I don't really like required mods that much.
Yeah, and like I said, I can completely understand where everybody's coming from both sides of this argument. I'm just saying, me personally, I've shifted here recently, and it's one of those where it's less impactful for PC and Mac players. It's way less impactful because they don't have to necessarily worry about the size of the hard drive, the limited amount of space, and all that stuff. They really just kind of it's however big your hard drive is depending on how much room you have for mods. So it is what it is at that point. But for us console players, I can certainly see that being more of a worry. But unfortunately, I need to pause the stream here real quick. Need to go help the missus out. I will be right back.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yes, Jonah, go ahead and hang out for just a second. I won't be able to hear you, but you might be able to hear me in the background. But like I said, I will be right back. And we are back. Jonah, are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Perfect. All right, so let's get this equipment over and rocking and rolling, and then we will get back to what we were doing here on the chat as well as the stream itself. So, just like so, and this one is for the big field right behind the shop here. Holy smokes, this is going to be a big harvest. Make sure I actually look both ways this time before just diving into it. Oh, I thought I did. Oh, let's look both ways and make sure traffic's not coming, and then all of a sudden one just appears. You know what? That was the ghost we were talking about earlier. That car wasn't a car, it was a ghost car. Oh! Maxon just became a member. I just missed something. Holy smokes, I missed something big time. Jason just become a member. What did I miss? What did I just come back to? What kind of chaos and pandemonium?
I gifted 5 memberships.
Jonah, you absolute stud, you. Thank you so very, very much. Greatly appreciate that. Holy
You like your surprise?
That is a very good surprise. Thank you so very, very much. Let's see. Holy smokes. So we got a whole bunch of new channel members. So we got Maxon, Jason M, the Tubster 92, Joel G, Tad Warrenberg, and yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. Every single one of you just popping up on screen. Thank all of you so very much, and thank Jonah for the 5 gifted members. Thank you, Jonah, so very, very much. Greatly appreciate that. I come back and it's nothing but chaos and pandemonium. Holy smokes. But in a good way. In a good way. Let's catch up with the chat real quick, and then we will kick it over to the tier memberships as well as the P.O. Box and all that stuff. We've got so much stuff to cover here still. So we've got, let's see. I think I last left off on Maxon. Maxon saying, anyone in chat give me some good 4X recommendations. Bobby says, chat is not very active today. Fredlocks, howdy Dave. Howdy Fredlocks, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We got Fredlocks saying, at Maximum, if you want a pretty 4X map, the new Vintage Oaks is darn good. If you want full-on farming simulator gameplay with lots of productions, etc., Oberthal or multi-map will keep you busy for a while. Oh, very nice, Fredlocks. Thank you so much for making those suggestions. We got Ken saying, I'm playing on Riverside, Maypole, Ebony, and Glenlathan maps, all by Cavalier Roy. I heard he's trying to get them for FS25 for us console players. Now, that would be a huge improvement. That's, you know what, Maxon? Ken just made an amazing point. Thank you, Ken, for reminding me of that. That's another 4X map that you can check out. Is the what was it called? It's by Cavalier Roy, but it's I think it's called Combined Counties or Combined. Anybody out there know what I'm talking about? It's the latest one by Cavalier Roy, and it's all 4 of his maps put together into one 4X map. Yeah, Combined Counties. Yeah, Combined Counties is by Cavalier Roy, and it's 4 of his maps, 4 of his 2X maps put into one. It's Riverview, Maypole, Ebony Island, and Glenlathan. All 4 of them put into one. If you're a Cavalier Roy fan, then check that one out, because it's really sharp. Let's see. We've got Maxon says to Fredlocks, thank you, champ. We got Jonah saying, are we having fun tonight? Ken says, always have fun here, Jonah. Timbo says, yep. Bobby says, I don't know, I'm having fun, Jonah. We've got Jonah with the 5 gifted memberships there in chat. Jonah, again, thank you, bud. Greatly, greatly appreciate that. And I think,
No problem.
if I'm not mistaken, I think that just kicked us into a new tier. So maybe a new emoji will be coming very soon. I'll have to reach out to Predator Studios and see if we can get another one whipped up real quick. Let's see. We got Maxon says, thank you, Real Fanning Jonah. We've got Ken saying, Bobby, are you sitting on the fence again? Just make sure that it isn't a barbed wire fence. Woo-hoo. Yeah, let's not go sitting on barbed wire fences. Woo-hoo. That sounds painful. We got Bobby saying, Jonah, what are your thoughts about the big boy pulling tonnage versus pulling excursion trains? I don't know what that means.
Oh, he's talking about the 4014, the Union Pacific Big Boy. Well, I have to say I know it's technically a freight steam locomotive. Like, if you don't know, BUD, like the Big Boy 4014 is the world's longest steam locomotive on the UP line. Like, it's a massive locomotive. We can pull big trains by itself, but I prefer seeing it in excursion mode because it preserves the locomotive.
Okay. I could see that. Well, that's cool. I'm gonna have to look all those up. 'Cause I'm just
Yeah,
not
you should
familiar
look
with
it
them.
up afterwards. You'll be amazed on how big it is.
It's pretty huge. Well, I mean, if it's the biggest, then yeah, it'd have to be pretty big.
Like, the biggest American steam engine.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. We also got Bobby saying, just trying to make some fun in the chat. And Maxon says, will do. Excellent. So, let's go ahead. Let's stop right. Oh, you know what? Wait. Before we do that, because I think, yep, I was right. Let's get this unloaded so we can get that worker going. So I'm not paying them to do nothing, because apparently that's what I like doing, is paying for no work to be done.
Yeah, I wish the money would stop being detracted, when they're just sitting there.
That would be nice. And it looks like that money is going pretty quick right now. Holy smokes.
I mean, like, technically, yeah, they are technically still working. They're just waiting to unload them.
Yeah, I mean,
I wish maybe they could, like, say you can have another worker, like, say, instead of, like, say, they can call over, like, another AI worker with a trailer to unload them.
that would be cool. Almost, I think they call that course play on PC and Mac. Am I wrong? Yeah. So you basically assign them just to follow you or whatever. Yeah, that would be pretty slick. That would be really, really cool. Ooh, this is going to that one station off to the side there. Okay, I know where that's at. So we're just going to send a worker to do that, and then we're going to go into our transitions and whatnot. Also, if you haven't yet, hit the like button. It goes to help out an absolute ton. If you're not subscribed yet, subscribe to the channel, where we do a whole bunch of stuff here, including live streams like you see here. We do Let's Plays, map tours, map updates, the whole 9 yards. We even do a blooper every once in a while. And unfortunately, we do too many bloopers. Anyways. So yeah, go ahead, hit that like button.
Do the bloopers. That's what makes you special.
I don't hide the ball. That's what it all boils down to, is when I make a mistake, I own it. So all right, so we've got that going. Let's go ahead and kick this over to the wait, what? Excuse me, worker, where do you think you're going? This is, now, just so everybody sees, this is a worker. This is not me. And they are just cutting through the field like they own it.
Actual idiots.
This is actual idiots caught on camera. There we go. Gotta love it. So, let's kick this over to the farmhands. Thank you all so very, very much. Channel members 2s and 3s. Starting out with the tier 3s, we've got the man of the hour, Rail Fanning Jonah, Will T Gaming, Piping Paul, Ken Adlam, and Philippa Thompson. Thank all of you so very, very much. Greatly appreciate every single one of you. You all help to make this channel what it is here today. We also, for tier 2s, have Mark K, Luke Bernie King, CS Benji 2020, Bradford Hambaugh, JC Farms, Kirk Winbank, John Barlow, Big Papa Sims, James Collins, and Smoke and Coin. Thank all of you, and thanks to Jonah, we're going to have 5 more names on the next live stream, so be on the lookout for that one too. Thank you all so very, very much. You also help extremely in making this channel grow for its sustainability. And yeah, thank you all so very, very much. I also want to give a huge shout out to all the subscribers. We are rapidly approaching 2,000 subs. Cannot wait to get to there. Last checked, it was 1,987. We had gained 4 subscribers today alone, in between streams, because I started at 1983, where my birth year. It's the only reason I remember that. And now at 1987, when this stream started, I think we've gained a couple of more since then. So very, very awesome. So thank all of you so very much. And if you are interested in becoming a channel member, if Jonah's not gonna, go ahead and do it for you, go ahead and check out the link in the description below, or the join button. There you can gain access to things such as custom badges, custom emojis, and you get early access to edited content such as channel shorts and the Let's Play series. All that for 99 cents a month. Thank you, Jonah, so very much for throwing those in there. Those are all the custom emojis that you have access to. And because of Jonah, we might get at least one more, maybe 2. I'm not 100% certain about that, but I think one more. Oh, are they going to... Yes, okay. So all that, 99 cents a month. Pretty good value if you ask me. Tier 2s get everything that I just mentioned there before, as well as what you just heard a few seconds ago, the shout out every single live stream. Here on our live streams, we give them a shout out every single time. So thank you all so very, very much. And lastly, tier 3s. Tier 2s start at $4.99 a month, skipping over that part. Tier 3s get everything we just mentioned, plus they get what you see here today. You get to come on to our live streams, hang out, have a good old time, as well as getting a custom discount code to the merch store. So all that for $9.99 a month. Also want to give a shout out to the P.O. Box. If you're interested in sending anything to the channel, go ahead and send it to P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. The only thing I ask that if you send the channel anything, please include your YouTube handle so I know exactly who it came from, so I'm able to go ahead and give the proper thanks and shout outs that you so rightly deserve. I want to also, while we're talking about custom discount codes and all that for the tier 3s, show off some of the merch that we have here on the channel. We've got several people who at this point now have bought and received merch from the store. Thank all of you so very much. We've got Jody, we got Jonah, we got Philippa, we've got Will T Gaming. There's Jonah right there in that beautiful, beautiful shirt. We've got Philippa in the shirt that she just received here recently. Absolutely amazing. We've got the Team BDD or Team Jasper, choose wisely. Gonna be a good day. That one's looking really good. A bad day in the farm is always better than a good day in the city, and so on and so forth. So again, thank everybody who has bought stuff from the store, as well as anybody considering buying from the store. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Absolutely love it. Thank you all so very, very much.
Jonah approved.
They are Jonah approved, they are Philippa approved, Will T Gaming approved, and Jody approved. Thank you all so very, very much. And bam, we have got 44% of that contract completed. So let's get this worker back over there so we can get to work on the next field, because we still got that big field to attend with. Holy smokes, that thing is going to be a while. All right, so let's get this. Hopefully the AI can make it there on their own without cutting through a whole bunch of fields that are not mine. All right, so that's back up and running. There we go. So let's catch up with the chat because there's a few outstanding there. So we've got, let's see, Bobby says, Jonah, I agree with you. If they would get another big boy operating, it would like to see it pulling tonnage once or twice a year. Again, a lot of words there.
That would be cool, but they also have the Challenger. I think they want to get going again too. Like if you get the 2 of them going, that would probably be the best thing ever.
So a lot of words there I'm just not familiar with, but I would love to get familiar with them. So one of these days,
Yep.
I'm certainly going to be catching up with what you all are saying.
Loud interruption inbound.
What's that?
Loud interruption inbound.
Uh-oh. We got one of the big boys passing by?
We got a train coming in, dude.
Oh, man. So I'm actually shocked because unlike the last time you were here, we've only heard, I think, one train when we first got on the call. So I'm shocked that we haven't heard any since then. Oops, and I'm missing...
Is it a train that, and it's one of the trains that came from Florida, too.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, so it's one of the trains that came from your state, in Florida.
Oh no! So you got some Florida men just traveling through your state there, bud. Just be careful.
Yep.
they get
Yeah,
a little wild.
It's all your packages. It's the piggyback train.
Let's see. Timbo says, I watched your Mystic Forks review. That's how I found you. Oh, awesome. Well, I'm so glad that you were able to find us here. And like I said, I hope you're enjoying the content so far. Like I said, we do things a little bit differently on stream as compared to the other stuff that we do. On stream here, it's very kind of loose, relaxed, and just having a good old time. And then whenever we go on to the Let's Plays, the map tours and all that stuff, that's more of the kind of story-driven kind of stuff. There's also the map tours where we're kind of more facts-based and, you know, kind of point A to point B to point C. Updates are the same way. And then bloopers are just an absolute free-for-all. It's mainly just chaos and Jasper causing trouble. So... yeah, like I said, hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. We got Ken saying AI shortcut, LOL. That was absolutely what that was. No doubt about it. Bobby says, speaking of bloopers, I had one of them bloopers. You had all of a sudden black screen. Oh no! The black screen is spreading. Jasper has infected your machine. Don't succumb to Jasper's will. Don't do it. Don't do it. Again, Team BDD or Team Jasper, choose wisely.
Very wisely.
Very wisely. Because I tell you what, once you let them in, it's hard to get rid of them. I know, I've been dealing with them for a year and a half now, maybe even longer. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Bobby says, BDD, did you see the free fuel mod? I did. Thank you so much for sending me that. I have installed it, and it's one of those that I think it's going to be used for very specific points and purposes when I'm playing on the maps. I don't know if I'm going to use it like on this series or on like any of my Let's Plays, but I can certainly see that being a good one for like kind of my builder maps where I'm just sitting there trying to test things out and kind of going forward. But thank you, Bobby, for sending me that. I do appreciate it. Luke says, sorry I haven't sent you any pics yet. I will send them soon. I think I will send the ones I did earlier today. Awesome. Look forward to seeing them, bud. Absolutely. And no worries. Like I said, certainly nobody's under any obligations to send anything into the channel or anything like that. It's one of those, if you want to share what you're doing there on your farm, on your builds, feel free anytime. We can throw it on to the chat. We can throw it on the live streams, whatever we want to do here. And it looks like I'm just about to catch up. It says, Bobby says, Jonah, I think the Challenger is undergoing boiler inspection at the moment. We cannot forget the UP844. Oh my goodness. I just decided to take a little trip. Take a little trip. Take a... Oh my goodness, let's back it up. Thankfully, this isn't my field because I would have just destroyed all that crop. Oh my goodness. Alright, so that actually reminds me, we need to show off some screenshots. I completely skipped over that one. So, let's do that. So we've got nothing from Will T Gaming, but we do have Philippa, which we already showed hers off. So let me skip down to Ken. We got Ken Adlam sending in some screenshots, and it looks like he's doing some hay baling or straw baling there. Got the forklift under tow, looking very good. That looks like Riverside Farm. Ooh, got the one pickup. I think that's from Farm Central Soul. That looks really nice. And then, oh, got some unloading of either wheat or barley. I didn't see which. Got some windrowing going. He's doing some good work there on Riverside. Oh, and going down the country lanes. Very, very nice. Ooh, got the... I can't tell what tractor that is. Almost looks like a JCB, maybe? Oh, yeah, JCB. Pulling the Schultz maker. Ooh, look at that. Got that fully loaded down with some product there. Ooh, got... is that a New Holland? I think that's a New Holland. Oh, see? Look at me go. 2 for 2. Looking very sharp. Oh, that's the... that's that production site that Cavalier Roy made. Ooh, and we got a Valtra, we got a Fendt, and we got the New Holland harvester. Ooh, we got a kind of a Frankenstein's monster right there. That actually looked pretty sharp. Got Christmas going on there on that tractor. Dumping into. Look at that. Very nice. I tell you, that's what I really like about Cavalier Roy's maps is it just feels very... what's the word? I'm like authentic. Like I just feel like if I were to go to his map and then take a trip to Ireland, that I would feel like right where I was on the map. You know what I mean? And that is back to the beginning of that roll. So let's look at... nope, nothing there. We got Jonah showing off some pictures here. Let's see. Let's fit that to the screen. There we go. We got some John Deere equipment doing some harvesting. Where are you working on there, Jonah? What map is this?
That's my big Texas Flats map. You know, I'm wrapping up. I wrapped up my corn harvest there, and that's probably where I'm going to be leaving that for the most part for the time being, exploring some other maps.
Very nice. Yeah, and I can see that is an absolutely massive field to be doing some corn harvesting on. So, oh, and there you are with that round baler you were talking about.
Yep.
Oh, we got the John Deere all folded up, ready to go. Look at that.
Just completed that harvest.
Look at that.
Ejecting the bale.
Wow, look at that field. Just a whole span of nothingness. Oh, getting ready to clean up. Looking good.
Yep.
Let's see. We got the big John Deere with the... I think that's the big John Deere plow, if I'm not mistaken. Got the Pottinger front and rear mower decks. Oh, getting some plowing going. Looking good, looking good. Oh, and now we're picking up some bales.
Yep.
And there we go. Looks like we're back at the beginning of that reel. So, Jonah, thank you very much. Also, thank you to Ken. Thank you very much for sending in those photos. Let's see, and I think that's everybody. Yes, it is. So we got through all the screenshots. Thank you all so very much for sending in your screenshots. If you're interested in showing off any of your farm builds here on the channel, just like what we did just now, feel free to send it to me on any of the social medias listed on the left side of the screen there, either Instagram, Facebook, X, or Discord. Any one of those will get to me and I'll be able to put them into the streams. The only thing I ask is that if you want them to be shown on stream, make sure you say specifically, hey, these are photos that I want you to put on stream. Greatly appreciate, whatever, like all that stuff, just so I know that I have permissions, that it isn't just something that you're expecting me to have and only me to show, kind of thing. So let's see, we've got
another loud interruption inbound.
Hey, let's hear it. We got Bobby says, if Jasper comes in, I will scare him off with my dog. She will lick him to death. Oh, that is just about every dog. Oh my goodness. I tell you what. So I got my one. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. Is that another Florida train there, Jonah? Oh, I don't think he heard me.
Yep, I can hear you now. That's the main part gone.
Was that another Florida train inbound?
That's a Georgia train.
Now, see, that's really impressive. The fact that you're able to tell exactly the source or the source departation. Like, how are you able to tell that?
Well, generally, like say, this is a manifest train, which usually comes out of Waycross, Georgia. Like now, some of the cars probably did come from Florida, but they go through all sorts of other yards and stuff, and turn into all types of different types of trains. So, like say, usually, I know the manifest trains are most likely coming out of Waycross, Georgia.
Okay, okay. So it's mainly just knowing like the model of the train and then knowing where those models would most likely originate from.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then you have other trains like say we have our South Carolina coal trains that are going for the power plant and stuff. So like they're pretty easy to tell. Like say I've lived here long enough to generally know where they're going, where they're coming from, unless they're reroutes and stuff.
Gotcha, gotcha. So is it so is that line that's right there next to you there, is that a pretty active line? Like is there like a major hub nearby that would,
Like it's a very active line. Like say we get anywhere from 25 to 30-ish trains a day on it, and that's 10 Amtrak's and anywhere from 15 to 15 freights a day, roughly.
wow. Holy smokes.
And that's just the scheduled trains. So whole trains are not scheduled. F&O scheduled. Grain trains are scheduled. So it can get pretty busy on this line.
That's nuts. I could only imagine just being like that close next to that active of a train line. I mean, me personally, that would just drive me nuts. But yeah, I'm certainly not a big enthusiast like yourself. So it definitely makes sense that you would either have to have a extreme love for trains prior to moving in, or you just developed it because it's one of those either you laugh or you cry kind of scenarios. Well, in that case, you're either gonna love them or you're gonna hate them. So obviously, you chose the former.
I can even remember, like, say, the first night we moved in, like, so we had no furniture or anything, so we were just sleeping on the floor, and I just couldn't get to sleep just because it wasn't that the trains were keeping me up, but I was just wanting to keep seeing them, and I just couldn't get to sleep because I wanted to see the trains.
Oh man, so yeah, it's one of those like when you're already an enthusiast about something and you're already like able to kind of see your hobby firsthand all the time, like that's really kind of a cool experience. Like it's certainly one of those where you're it sounds like you're in the proper spot of where you personally need to be, because it sounds like you're a real big enthusiast for trains, that you really have a lot of knowledge and information about trains, and that you're basically following that passion. It makes sense because you got the YouTube channel, you've got everything that really kind of centers around it. So being able to also involve that with your home life as well, I mean that's like next level kind of connection stuff right there.
Yep. I'll give you like a little math thing. Like so, say we get an average of 25 trains a day. I've lived here for 8 years. Guess what? A rough estimate of the amount of trains that have passed my house. Apparently, I did some math.
Oh man, I mean, you figure 25 trains a day at 365 days a year over a span of 8 years. I mean, you're talking probably thousands at that point.
Yeah, like it is literally like I'm having to like keep re-looking it up, but like I get like 75,000 trains in like a course of 8 years.
Wow. That is nuts, Jonah. Holy smokes. But again, it's one of those.
Like now, of course, that's 8 years, but it's like that's still a lot of trains.
Oh yeah. I mean, you figure I've been alive for 40 years. I'm 40 years old, and I probably have seen a couple of dozen of trains in my entire lifetime. You know, and that's with me not living next to an active line, but I lived in a town where there was an active line going through it. So on occasion I would see, you know, the train coming through the town and all that stuff. So it's one of those going from my personal experience and seeing only, you know, probably a few dozen in my lifetime to, you know, somebody like you who's seen, you know, several thousand in his. And that's just from your own, you know, front door kind of thing. You know, that doesn't mention the whole, you know, any that you traveled for, any that you've gone out to see personally, like outside of your front door. So I can only imagine the sheer amount of trains that you've seen in your lifetime has got to be just astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So we're just filling up the rest of this bin, and then we're going to be going from there. Go ahead, Jonah. I'm sorry.
I mean, could you imagine? I mean, I once drove 16 hours just to go see more trains.
Hey, you know what? When you have a passion for something, you'll pretty much do anything to quench that passion. It's actually really funny because, like I've said before, I'm a big hockey fan. I love hockey just in general. But I'm a big Detroit Red Wings fan. Being from Michigan, that's just my team that I grew up with and what I fell in love with. Well, I've gone to other states to go watch them play. You know, I've seen them in Michigan. I've seen them in Tennessee. I've seen them in the Carolinas. I've seen them in Florida, in both of the arenas down here in Florida. You know, and so on and so forth. I've been able to go and do that, and it's amazing what you'll do to fill your passion. So one of those that if you're passionate about something, figure out how to be able to fill it. Figure out how to do it, because you won't regret whatever it is. Let's see. I think we were on the chat, Timbo saying, my pity would lick him. My mountain cur hound, not so much. Oof. Actually, a funny story. Speaking of licking and not so licking. So, a while back, let's see. This would have been probably. I'm trying to think. Probably about 6 to 8 months ago, because it was before my youngest daughter was born. My wife was still pregnant at the time. And we were driving home, and all of a sudden a large black dog was in the middle of the road, and it was nighttime. So I barely saw this dog, and I'm a huge dog fan. I absolutely love dogs. And my wife's like, oh my goodness, that dog's so dark, he's going to get hit and all this stuff. And it's not an extremely active road or anything like that, but it's active enough. And unfortunately, on this road, in this general area that I'm in, people are not the greatest of drivers. I've said this numerous times and how bad drivers are down here, whether it's through ignorance, whether it's through stupidity, whatever. Like, there's a range of excuses and reasons as to why the driving is really poor down here in Florida. Well, my wife's like, oh, I'm gonna get out and go help and try and get him to his house and all that stuff. It's like, what? No, you don't know that dog. I mean, you're like several months pregnant. Absolutely not. So I'm like, and she's like, well, we can't just leave him there. And it's like, yeah, you're right. So I'm like, all right, stay here and, go from there. So I get out of the car and I call him over, and he just comes trotting along, the tongue hanging out. It's a beautiful Belgian Malinois, or however you pronounce it. One of the police dog breeds. He basically looks like a German Shepherd. And absolutely gorgeous dog. He's super friendly and, not a big deal. So he's, I'm approaching him, he's approaching me, and he's just do-do-do-do-do. And all of a sudden, I hear this growl to my left. I'm like, uh-oh, what just happened? And I turn and I look, and there's its mate. Now, the big boy, he was fine. He was absolutely fine. No big deal. His mate, on the other hand, she was not happy. Not happy whatsoever that I was approaching him, and she starts snapping. She starts snapping at me. She's jumping up in the air. I'm dodging as best as I can to keep out, and she ended up nipping me. She got me on the hand, and and all that stuff. And I'm like, I'm sitting there screaming like, hey, no, and somebody from the house that owned them heard me say this, and they come running out there. They get the dog, and no big deal. And I'm shaking off my hand and whatnot because I'm bleeding and all that. And they're like, oh my goodness, are you okay? It's like, oh, and they're absolutely freaking out because my guess is that they're assuming that I'm gonna sue them, or I'm gonna hold them responsible or anything. It's like, dude, like I can't be mad. The dog was doing what the dog's supposed to do. I'm just some random schmuck that showed up and interjected into its life. I just wanted to make sure this dog that's in the middle of the street gets home safe, kind of thing. Because the reason that I decided to do this, and it's not smart. Let me, anybody who's listening to this right now, do not approach a dog you do not know. Do not approach an animal that you do not know. This was extremely stupid on my part. Extremely stupid. This could have been very, very bad, because even the male was not a small dog. This was a big dog, and if he wanted to, he could have had a piece of me very easily. So very stupid on my part. But anyways, he's saying, oh, I'm so sorry, can I get you anything? Can I get you a towel? It's like, no, it's just it's a nip, it's not a big deal, don't worry. And I end up, it's like, okay, well, have a good night, don't worry about it, take care, and all that stuff. Well, they ended up knowing me. I didn't know that they knew me, but they knew that I lived down the road and whatnot, not a big deal. Well, they came by, the actual owner, because that was actually the owner's son who showed up at my house and said, hey, they showed up and it's like, hey, you got into it with our dog and all that stuff. I'm so very sorry. My wife ended up, leaving the yard, and she forgot to close the gate. So I appreciate you trying to bring the dog back and all that stuff. And he's like, are you okay? Did you go to the doctor? Did you do this? It's like, no, I didn't go to the doctor. It's just a little nip, not a big deal. It is what it is. And like I said, I'm the guy who just wandered into his life, and the mate was doing what the mate thought was best and was trying to make sure that it was protecting its mate. So, not a big deal. And it's not that it was on their property or anything. That I wouldn't have done. I would have just, here you go. Go back home, kind of thing. But, so yeah, he's super apologetic. He's like, oh man, so it turns out that the dog that attacked was a former police dog. And it failed out of the academy because it kept biting all the other officers that was handling it. So it was a flunky police dog that ended up coming after me. And yeah, it was one of those where, to this day, I don't regret what happened. I'm glad I was able to kind of, make sure that dog was, taken care of and that it was going to be safe. And like I said, the reason that I decided to do this is, one, I am a dog person. I am a dog lover. But I had a dog when I was younger, much younger, maybe like 3 or 4. And my dad accidentally got out of the house, and my dad, was the one that accidentally let him out of the house. Well, unfortunately, at that time, we lived on a dark country road, an all-black dog. Somebody hit him, and my dad, to this day, I remember exactly him telling me, not at that time, but later on in life, told me, like, hey, one of the hardest things I ever had to do in regards to you was tell you that your dog was gone, kind of thing. And that, to this day, still kind of haunts me, him telling me this, because it's one of those that I could only imagine somebody having to tell their child, tell their significant other, or just finding out for themselves that, hey, you know, through my negligence or through my, you know, whatever, my pet, my dog, my whatever, they're gone. And it's my fault. And to this day, my dad says he's still racked with guilt over this dog. And this was, from what I understand, from what I remember of this dog, he was the epitome of good boys. He was the goodest of good boys. So when I was a baby, like toddler, not even toddler, but like, you know, just kind of learning to walk and all that stuff, even before then, because my parents would put me down on him. Like, he would be laying down, my parents would set me on top of him, and I would just lay there, and he wouldn't move a muscle. For hours, he would just lay there, and I would fall asleep on the dog. And he would just lay there and be protecting me. He was an amazing dog, from what I understand, from what I not remember, but what I'm told. And it was so bad, in fact, where if somebody, because being a baby at that time, we had apparently a bunch of family, friends, and whatnot who'd want to come over and come see me. You know, so I was the newest baby. I was the newest and greatest thing at the time. And I guess if anybody approached me when I was on top of him, he would get really mad. He would get really mad, bare his teeth, the whole nine. He wouldn't move, but you could tell it's like, hey, you come next to my human, I'm coming at you, kind of thing. So it was one of those, like, it had to be my mom, it had to be my dad, or else. Oh, and I'm full up. Let's see. So I've got a bunch of chat to catch up on. I see that. I'm going to be checking that out here in just a second. We're going to empty out. Oh. Ken with the $2 donation to the Super Chat. Ken, thank you so very, very much. I greatly appreciate that. I will be going ahead and catching up with the chat, like I said, in just a moment. I need to dump all this product out, as well as empty out the other. This trailer is wanting to bob and weave everywhere. But no, it's one of those, like I said, it was a very, very hard discussion to have with my father, and I'm sure it was infinitely harder from his perspective. So that's what kind of motivated me in making sure that the dog was as okay as I could possibly make it without it getting hurt or whatnot, even at the, you know, sacrifice of a little bit of skin. So I don't know, maybe I'm weird for that one. Uh-oh, there goes Jasper. Get out of here, Jasper. And make sure we don't
He just wants a friend.
You know what? If he just wanted a friend, all he'd have to do is ask. But he doesn't ask. He runs me over with trains. And if that's the way that he asks for friends, I would hate to see what he does to his enemies. You know, if he's running...
Maybe it's a vice versa thing. Maybe he pretends to be nice to his enemies and then betrays them even worse.
Well, see, that's my point. That's exactly my point, is that if he's trying to be friendly to me and he's running me over with a train, imagine what he's doing to his enemies. I could only imagine the amount of chaos that would ensue. It would be absolutely next level nuts. See, and that's why I'm warning you, Jonah. Is it's one of those, I understand where you're coming from, and it's like, hey, you know, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm nice to him and that I'm you know, appeasing him and all that stuff. But one of these days, he's gonna come after you.
Yep.
He might pass you by today, he might pass you by tomorrow, but it's not gonna be forever.
Yep. And just the context, me liking trains has nothing to do with what Jasper does. It's just a coincidence.
This is true. This is true. Oh my goodness. I need to bring up the menu because I always forget what button does what when it comes to switching around to the front and rear dump points. There it is. Front. There we go. So now, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You stuck?
I'm stuck. One of those, I forget, was it Family Guy? I think it was Family Guy, where something happens and like somebody gets themselves in trouble and they're like, no, it wasn't Family Guy. Anyways, somebody gets themselves in trouble and it's like, I need an adult, I need an adult. And all of a sudden somebody's like, I am an adult.
I feel like that is Family Guy. I feel like I've seen that before on there.
I think it might be, but I cannot remember. I need an adult, I need an I am an adult.
I feel like Chris has said that before.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it might be Chris. Let's see. Let's get this back. Let's get the harvester unloaded, and we got to go and get the other one unloaded. Does look like the money's going down slower now for some reason. I don't know why, or maybe I'm just imagining that. Yeah, it looks like I'm imagining that. All right, let's get over there. So where's the harvester?
You know what's been bothering me? Like, why do these farmers only want partial of their fields? Like, say, wouldn't you think they want everything off their field? Like, wouldn't you think that?
Yes. Now, that is something that always kind of struck me as weird for this game, because you're right. You would think that the farmers would want the entirety of the crop or whatnot. Now, unless you kind of negotiate it with... negotiate it in like the subcontractor kind of agreement or whatever. Hey, I want some of this crop, you're going to give me X amount for a reduced rate and all that stuff, or whatever. I could see that being a possibility of it happening and all that stuff. But I would just imagine that a more realistic kind of aspect would be that they would just pay you more for doing the job and not give you the product. But, I mean, in-game, I'm sure it makes more sense to do it this way, because it's going to be one of the few ways without doing the crops yourself to kind of get the product that you need.
Yep.
Luke with the $10 super chat. Luke, thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate that one. And now that we are finally getting to the second portion of the headland here, we're going to be able to actually kick the worker off and go back to the other field, and then we can catch up with the chat. 'Cause holy smokes, I see a lot of the chat's been moving around, so we will definitely be catching up here in just a second. But Luke, thank you again so very, very much. Greatly appreciate that. And thank everybody who's donated to the stream tonight. Greatly appreciate every single one of you. Ken, we got Jonah, we got Luke, all of you, thank you very, very much. It really does help out the channel. And for an example, the most recent helping out that all of your donations, all of your kind-hearted generosities have done. I've mentioned that we recently purchased for the channel Final Cut Pro and the rest of the suites that go along with it. So hopefully, as I continue to learn and continue to do more and more stuff with it, we're going to start seeing more and more improvements with the video, with the editing, and all that stuff. So we're going to start seeing some really cool stuff going forward for the channel. So again, thank all of you so very, very much. So let's get this worker up and running right here. Let's
see how he does, right?
I mean, it's kind of a roll of the dice, but at least the one thing I will say for the workers, regardless of anybody's viewpoint, my own viewpoint on them, is at least we have them so we can at least have some work being done. Even if they do 80% of the work, that's 80% that you don't have to do. So that's the way I always try to look at it, is, yeah, we might make fun of them, we might call them actual idiots, and yeah, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. But I would much rather have the actual idiots and them getting 80% done, even 90% of the field done, so I don't have to personally do it, rather than doing it all myself and then just struggling to get anything done. So let's see.
Yep.
We're finally getting this worker back up and running. Let's catch back up with the chat because holy smokes, we are way behind.
Just to let you know, another loud interruption inbound.
All right, that's fine. Let's see. I think we've got. Last I checked, I think we were at Bobby saying if Jasper comes. No, I did read that one. Dog would lick him, and then okay, I left off with Timbo with the mountain cur hound. So we've got Ken. Let's see. Ken says I've had to extend my days to 10 days to stop the grass from growing so fast while I'm doing other contracts, and that's the thing. You know, just like Will T Gaming found out in his gameplay and all that stuff, you eventually get to a point where if you're going to continue to play the same map over and over and over, you eventually have to expand out the amount of time that you're working because you will not have enough time. I do 1 day months, and you can see I'm on 1x time. So I'm on real time and 1 day months. But if I were to keep playing this, and buying more fields and needing more product and doing all this stuff, I would have to extend out the number of days, the number of hours, maybe even go down to half speed in order to make sure that I had enough time to be able to do everything. So it's just one of those, it's just a natural part when you continue to play a single map over and over and getting more experience with it, you're gonna eventually get to a point to where you're going to need to do it. So let's see. Bobby says, Timbo, my dog, is one of the pit bull breeds, a spoiled sweetheart that thinks she is a human. And those are the best kind of dogs. The best kind of dogs. Ones that are spoiled rotten and that just want nothing but love and affection from their human. Absolutely the best. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Got Timbo says, that's how mine is, just a big baby. Let's see. Timbo says my cur is useless. Or wait, my cur is unless you mess with her family, and that's also the best kind of dog. That is also the best kind. If I could encapsulate the best kind of dog ever, it's one of those kind of dogs where it is a absolute sweetheart 99.9% of the time. But then there's that 1% when you need them to engage and be ruthless. That's the perfect dog that I want, personally. And my former dog, the one that I had to put down here recently, he was that kind of dog. He was absolutely that kind of dog. He was an absolute sweetheart, loving, would lick you to death. But if anybody came in to mess with his family, oh, you better watch out. You better watch out because he have at you. And he was, again, one of the goodest of good boys. You know, really, really miss him. He was an amazing dog. You know, he was a good boy. He was a good boy. Let's see. Bobby says, if we get 3 trains coming through, I'm not sure that Mayodan in 1 day, we are doing good. If we've got 3 trains coming through Mayodan in 1 day, we're doing good. Okay. Let's see. We got Jody says, been a really busy night cleaning in the house. I tell you what, man, you got to do what you got to do. You got to get those brownie points in, get those good hubby points, and bank them, man. Because it's one of those that you might need them to bail you out of certain situations. Like I was saying earlier, I bank as many good hubby points as I possibly can, so where if I screw up in the future, I can be like, but my positive hubby points outweighs my negatives. And then my wife rolls her eyes at me and she's like, yeah, I guess I'll keep you around for a little longer. Oh my goodness. But no, I love her. She's she loves me too. One of those where I'm pretty sure that unless I were to do something incredibly stupid, that we're going to be one of those lifers. We'll see. You know, that's the goal. That's always the goal. Let's move into position and unload here. Oh, brakes. There we go. Oh, you know what? this front tank's going to fill. And... oh. I don't think I've... there we go. Now it's full. Now, bam. Turn that off. Oh, 95%. Holy smokes. Look at that. We're chugging along on this one. I'm actually kind of impressed. I might, now I'm kind of thinking about it, it might be a good idea to bring both these sets of equipment over to the big field. Because this one's obviously going to finish first. Bring both these sets of equipment over to the big field and then just start attacking the field with multiple sets of equipment.
Yeah, that could work.
That might be a good idea. Let's see. Bobby says, my favorite ice hockey team is in Louisiana. Oh, wait. There's not any ice hockey team in Louisiana. No, but it sounds like Utah. Sounds like Utah's getting a new team. So maybe one day Louisiana. And, I mean, let's face it, with Gary Bettman, anything's possible. Gary Bettman, the GM of the National Hockey League, I mean, he's the one that's made the Arizona Coyotes a thing. He's the one that's made Florida a thing. I mean, he's known for putting hockey in places where hockey doesn't traditionally belong. So, you know, who knows? Maybe one day. Let's see. Bobby says, don't go to Waco, Texas. They can drive on dry roads, let alone wet roads. I mean, it's one of those where in Waco might be bad, but take whether they can drive on wet or dry roads, throw that here in Florida, in all areas, not just in Waco, Texas, but in all areas of Florida, bad drivers everywhere, but then throw in the Waco driver, throw in the, Ann Arbor, Michigan driver, throw in the Newport News, Virginia, throw in people from all over the country down here and driving in their own unique driving style. Then throw in the 90-year-old that should have stopped driving about 20, 30 years ago. Throw in the teenager that should have never gotten a license in the first place or is just driving without their license. I've seen that happen several times. Throw all of those things together into one pot of craziness, and then you got Florida driving. And I'm not even doing a good enough job describing how bad the driving can be down here. It gets nuts. And then it gets worse in certain areas of the state than others. In the area that I'm in, yeah, it's a big city, well, big relative to, all things considered, but the area that I'm in, is not that bad when it comes to driving, for the most part. You go to somewhere like Orlando, where not only do you have all the people who are in from out of town and all that from all over the country, but then you've got visitors, you've got people who are going to Disney World, you got people that are going to Epcot and Universal, and just all the tourists and all that stuff. You go down to Miami, you got the same thing. You go to Tampa, you got the same thing. Gainesville to a lesser extent, so on and so forth. All those big hubs, it just gets nuts. It gets absolutely nuts in those areas. And people cannot drive. They just cannot do it. I'm convinced that there's plenty of drivers down here that have gotten their licenses out of a Cracker Jack box. I'm convinced. Because there is no other excuse. How are the drivers there in Carolina there, Jonah?
I mean, I can say everywhere has its bad drivers. Like, say, I kid you not. Sometimes anytime there's construction, you have that person that's just got to get to the front of the line just because they think it's going to save them so much time. And then they end up causing everyone to back up because they just have to get to the front of the line no matter what, even if they got to force their way in.
Oh.
It's bad.
So, for about 2 years, I lived in Atlanta, Georgia. Just north of Atlanta, Georgia. It was a town called Roswell. And when I moved there, I was telling my wife, it's like, okay, we've got to be smart about where we move because we cannot be north of where our office is, because if we're north, if we try and drive to the office in the morning, we're going to be hitting all the Atlanta traffic. Everybody who's trying to get to Atlanta, they're going to be piling up, and we're going to be hitting traffic jams every single morning trying to get to work. We can't be east and we can't be west because you're going to get all those cross flows trying to get to the southbound. So she's like, okay, so that leaves south. We have to be south of our office, but north of Atlanta. And I'm like, exactly. And sure enough, we found a really nice apartment. We were north of Atlanta, but south of the office. And we would just hop on the highway, go about 2 or 3 exits down, and then hop off. Well, we're talking, 70 miles an hour in that area specifically. It was more like 80, 85 because everybody drove like a complete nutter. Well, one thing that would happen is the off-ramp to my office, or to our office, because we worked at the same place, would get backed up pretty badly because of the light. Not that there was a ton of traffic or anything, but the light system there was just really messy, and it would back up traffic onto the highway, and it would go down for quite a while. Now, it would back up for a bit, but it would also clear out relatively quickly. You wouldn't be sitting in line for long because it was a very long light. Well, what would happen is that people, because they saw the long line, would just assume that it would be, forever and a day to be able to get out of the said line. So what they would do is they would drive alongside the line. And then the moment that anybody left a gap that was big enough for a penny to fit through, let alone their car, they would jump in. And I cannot tell you the number of times where people would just cut off somebody, and not just cut them off, but oftentimes fail and cause an accident or do whatever. And then you go from, having a big line because of the traffic light to now a long line because of the traffic light and a collision on the highway. Oh, yeehaw. So, yeah, the kind of driving that was there, that's what you just got used to, is you would get used to people, wanting to race beside you and then dive in at the last possible second. So what you do to compensate for that is you would just make sure that you stayed real tight to the driver in front of you. And it was just something that everybody would do in that area, and it prevented people from being able to dive in. But then oftentimes what ended up happening is they get even more desperate, because now all of a sudden the line is getting like close to the end of the off ramp, so you're basically running out of space, and people are not letting them in because they know they're going to get cut off. So now all of a sudden they're going to try and force their way in. And there's been plenty of times where I saw that happen as well, where people would just kind of, dive in and, good luck, everybody.
Yep. And I I on one occasion accidentally did that because, I didn't realize it was my exit, coming up. But I was new to the area. I'm like, okay, well, that's excusable. But, anytime I just see someone, just darting them, it's like, just get in line. We're all in this together. What is the difference of 2 minutes going to make in your schedule, right?
And that's it. That's it exactly. I mean, it just really blows my mind on how some people are just so bent on not caring about anything else that's going on around them, that the only thing that matters in life is them. We all exist in their world, but we should be grateful to exist in it, kind of mentality. You know what I mean? And it's just a wild state of affairs. Another good example is I was at Walmart earlier today, and there was like 2 or 3 people. I was really kind of frustrating when I was there. And don't you do that. It was really frustrating because I would be walking from aisle to aisle. It was pretty busy, it's a Sunday, so everybody's, out and about and, shopping, doing their thing. And there were 2 or 3 people who would be walking into the aisle and then all of a sudden turn their cart sideways. So it was actually long in, blocking off both directions of the aisle. And they would just be standing there looking at whatever product while blocking both directions of travel. It was nuts. I couldn't believe it. It wasn't just like one specific person. It was 2 or 3 different people just would turn their carts and they'd just be hanging out looking for whatever kind of thing they wanted to see on the shelf. And they're just like, excuse me, you know, hey, can you move your cart, you know, let people buy you, kind of thing. I had one person like just flat out ignore me. Like they looked up at me, saw that I was there, and just like, nope, I'm not gonna let you buy. It was mind-boggling. I was just completely blown away. I've never experienced something like that before, where just somebody just completely blocks off the aisle, both directions, and then just, nope, not gonna let you buy, not gonna care that you want to get by, just wait.
Yep. I've had something like, say, when I went to Walmart the other day, like, say, I was needing to get something like out of one of the display cases and stuff. Then I noticed, you know, like, say, the person that I needed, he was busy with somebody else. So, but I kind of patiently, you know, got behind him and started, you know, waiting. But someone else just had to, mid-conversation with that person, demand to be taken care of while he was trying to help this other person. It's like,
Oh, jeez.
he's like, you see him helping, you know, this lady. He's like, yeah. He's like, and then I probably gotta help him because he's been patiently waiting, you know, and everything. And he's like, well, I need you now. It's like, well, can you wait? He's like, no, I can't. He didn't stormed off because he just couldn't get him right then and there. It's like, just have patience. He'll get to you.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, you know, you might be in a hurry, but why are you more important than the 2 or 3 other people that are in line in front of you? What is it that you have going on in your life that makes it to where now all of a sudden everybody else around you doesn't exist, that they don't care, that they don't have their own problems going on, they don't have their own questions that need to be answered? You know, who do you think you are, kind of thing. So I just never understood that kind of mentality of just blatantly just me, that, like that extremely selfish attitude mentality that can be out there. It's sad. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. Yep. Let's see. Let's continue to catch up with the chat here. So we've got Timbo says, we have 4 dogs. Our Staffy and Kerr were beating up on the little black lab mix. I went for a choke on the Kerr, and the lab got me 3 quick times, bit the tip of the middle finger. Oh my goodness.
Good Lord.
Whew. Timbo, holy smokes. Sewed it back on, and it's been 2 months. Ooh. Oh,
I would have smacked the dog for that.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, you'd almost, like, just out of reaction, like, hey, well, bam, like,
ow, that hurt.
Yeah, I mean, biting the tip of the finger, like, off, like, oh my goodness. But see, that's the other thing, is that's why you don't get in the middle of dogs fighting, is that they, at that point, they're just in the zone. You don't you don't stick something in the middle of it, kind of thing. You know, nope. get like a newspaper or something. You can just whack them on the butt and kind of get their attention off of it. Bobby says, dang, Timbo, that stinks. My baby girl is in American Stafford. Oh, my baby girl is an American Stafford Terrier. I think that's supposed to be Terrier. Oh, terrorist. Oh, I meant Terrier. Oh, no. I ruined the joke there, Bobby. I apologize. That was good. Timbo says, that's our Staffy, LOL. Ken with a $2 super chat. Again, Ken, thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate it. Timbo says, she's a little tank. Yeah, I bet. Bobby says, I need to get a sign that says, forget about the dog, beware of the owner. Oh, yes. It's one of those. The reason that I really liked our old dog is, like I said, you know, that 99.9% sweet, cuddable, lovely, all that stuff, but that 0.1%, you know, psycho, that can flip the switch kind of thing. The reason that that's the kind of pet that I like the most, and it's a predictable psycho. Don't get me twisted. I don't want a dog that's just going to all of a sudden one day just snap, kind of thing, and then I got to worry about my girls or anything like that. It's like no. I want the dog to be predictable, that I know that they're going to focus that rage or energy out on something that's going to be a threat. And the reason that is because they are the first line of defense. They are the first line of defense when it comes to my house, my kids, my wife, the whole 9 yards. I'm the last line of defense. And that's something I've told my wife this many times when we were first dating and you know, kind of getting the relationship started off, is, you know, I take that role of our relationship very seriously. Is that if there's ever a threat or anything like that, I am the last line of defense. You need to go in the other direction, you know, and worry about me later, kind of thing. And I told her, especially now that we have kids, that it's even more important that that's the case. Is that there's ever an issue where I'm needing to defend us or you know, whatever, you need to go in one direction with the kids, and I'm going to deal with the threat. And like I said, when it comes to our home, the dogs are the first line of defense. I'm the last line of defense. And there's several steps in between. I'm not going to get into it here on the stream, but trust me, we're okay in that regard. All right, so, oh, hey, let's unload. Holy smokes, we're just bouncing back. Is it me, or does it seem like we're getting more done on this field than we are on the other field? Am I losing my mind, Jonah?
I don't think so. I don't think you're losing your mind.
Like, this field is significantly larger than the other field, but I feel like this field isn't. I mean, it's almost done, but I feel like the other one's just flying by. Maybe it's because it holds more product in the hopper and in the trailer.
Yeah, I think the trailer holds a lot more in the. It holds a lot more than that one does.
Huh. Let's move forward. And there we go. So, ooh, we get to unload. Yay! We get to watch the AI worker create his own path.
Yay!
The AI worker's like, you know, just gonna be like, you know what? This is my road now. Right in the middle. What's that movie called with Tom Hanks? He's the ship captain, Captain Phillips. The AI worker's like, I'm the captain now.
Yep. I mean, also the AIs become self-aware. They start actually doing everything correct.
Oh my goodness! You know what? We don't need some like Terminator scenario going on here. The AI, no. Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of AI. I don't trust it. Right now, it's in its infancy and all that stuff, but you never know where that kind of stuff leads to.
Yeah.
Now, do I think that one day we're going to have, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger go running around and, you know, destroying all humans? Probably not. But you never know what kind of mischief and chaos can be caused by, you know, something that can learn, something that can adapt and do things. You know, I don't know. It's gotta be aware of what these things can. And see, there he goes. There he goes. Thankfully, I don't own that field.
I think he's thinking there's a trail there due to the path.
There's got to be something there that it recognizes. Like, it should just go to that intersection, make a hard right, and then go to this road. But for some reasons,
it recognizes something there.
Oh, okay. Contract on 19's done. Okay, so we delivered enough products, but we have a fertilizing contract. Ooh.
Ooh, we could use all that fertilizer that you have stored up.
Right? Right? Ooh,
That you no
boy.
longer have to spend money on.
I know, it's so amazing. Let's see. So we got, let's see. Bobby says, nope, I read that. Timbo says, yeah, man, don't mess with my furry friends. 100%. Timbo says, Dad bites. Bobby says, Dad has. Oh, hey, we're shifting around in the chat there. Okay. Then we got Luke with the $10 super chat again. Luke, thank you so very much. Ken says Jasper is Ghost. He doesn't care who you are, LOL. 100%. Luke says, I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Bobby says, Ken, what is Jasper plotting? Jasper plots all the time. All the time. You are never, ever safe when it comes to Jasper. So, be careful. Be aware. Jasper will pay you a visit one day. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. That's why I keep warning Jonah. Jonah is Team Jasper. You know, so far everybody's, oh yeah, Team BDD, Team BDD, we're with you, BDD, we're with you. Jonah's the only one that's gone against the grain in this regard. And his theory is that, hey, if I'm nice and okay with Jasper, then maybe he's not gonna mess with me. And I keep warning him, no. It's like that scene from Jurassic Park. Yeah, didn't say the magic word. Jasper's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. It's not a matter of if.
I'm waiting for him.
It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. And here's the thing: is he's just gonna lull you into this false sense of security. He's gonna lull you into this, we're friendly, we're okay, we're chummy and whatnot, and all of a sudden, bam! Just like a rattlesnake, just striking, just boom! Out of nowhere. And you might think that you're a cat and that you can avoid the snake bite. That's when you realize you're the hamster.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Have you ever seen those videos of the snake going to attack a cat and the cat having such amazingly quick reflexes that it's able to dodge?
Yes, I've seen it happen with my cats before, dodging a snake.
I tell you what, me personally, I hate snakes. I can't stand them. They are the devil's work.
I like snakes, but when they're in an enclosure, I can't stand them when they're like in your garage.
Oh my goodness. So the freakiest thing that's ever happened to me in regards, like, I can handle snakes if like I'm at the zoo or if I'm at like an exhibit and I can like see them coming, I can approach them and all that stuff. But yeah, if I'm in the yard and all of a sudden one's like right there or something like that, then I scream like a little girl. It's not pretty. But it was actually shortly after we bought the house that we're in right now. And I was letting the dogs out and whatnot, and I think it was early morning because I was eating a bowl of cereal. And I'm just kind of like lackadaisical, not paying any attention. And all of a sudden I feel something go across my foot. I'm like, huh. I didn't pay much attention, but I look down, and all of a sudden I see slithering away is this little black snake. And I screamed at the top of my lungs like a small child, like, oh my goodness. Like I said, I cannot stand snakes. I cannot stand them. I scream like a child. I throw my bowl of cereal, bowl and all. I shatter the bowl. And oh my goodness, I go storming into the house again, like I just seen a mouse or something like that. And they're like, oh my. And my wife comes storming out of the house. She's like, what's going on? What's going on? She heard me scream from inside the house. I'm like, there was a snake and it just stepped on it just ran across my foot. Oh my goodness. I'm just losing. It's a black snake. Like down here, it's not deadly. It's not poisonous or anything like that. But it was just the shock and the surprise of it. That it just literally went across my foot. And Oh my goodness. And I'm sitting there just carrying on. I'm cursing like a sailor and like just, oh my goodness. It was absolutely like, might as well have been the end of all of existence at that point because I was just done with it. I was absolutely done. I'm shocked I didn't have a heart attack right then and there and just keel right over. Oh, absolutely.
You were lucky. The snake we had to deal with was venomous.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
You want to hear that story?
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
All right, so I remember this because I was very young, but this happened shortly after Hurricane Katrina came through. So I guess the snakes were just happy to have all the extra water lying around. So, but the yard had finally dried up just enough to where we can kind of cut it for the first time after the storm. So we've been cutting the yard for hours, and I guess this Copperhead decided it'll be a good idea to sliver into the open garage and lay down right where we would park the mower. So that's first of all, like I said, that's bad enough. But Mom being Mom, she spots it. But the problem is Dad's saying, oh, it's just the boots there. Well, you could see the boots, but he is wrapped up around the boots. And it takes him a couple extra seconds to finally notice she ain't lying. So Mom takes me inside, and Dad goes and gets a shovel and chops his head off.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I tell you.
Yeah, we weren't waiting. Like say, I don't care if he was slivered out the garage and was never seen again. You're poisonous. You can't be here.
Mm-hmm. That's it, man. I tell you what. One of the wildest experiences I ever had is I ended up going to a CVS that was right around the corner, and I walked in there, and all of a sudden I see this little itty bitty. I didn't know what it was. It was just really tiny. It turns out it was a little bitty baby snake, and it was inside the CVS. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, what the heck is that? So I'm just kind of staring at it, and it doesn't look like a snake. It just looked like a worm. Kind of thing. So I'm just, looking at it, staring at it, and then all of a sudden I went and took my shoe, and I'm wearing flip-flops. So I took my foot and I took the shoe off, and I kind of scooted the shoe closer to what was a snake, baby snake, and all of a sudden it rears back around and it bites at the tip of the shoe, and I'm like, holy! I again scream like a child. I scream, and all of a sudden the store clerk comes running from down from the front of the store because I let out a big scream, and and she's like, what's going on? Is everything okay? Are you okay? Like, there's a snake in the store. She's like, what? There is a snake in your store. I am out of here. Goodbye. I went down the road to the Walgreens, and I got whatever I needed to get from there. Oh my goodness, that was... I don't think I visited that CVS ever since.
And what they failed to tell you is that that was a resident snake. I've seen that before.
Oh no. Yeah, that honestly wouldn't shock me. That wouldn't shock me at all.
Like, you won't believe the amount of people that actually put just regular, like, say, rat snakes in their house to keep out the rats and mites. It's actually effective.
Oh my goodness! I just no. I need an adult. There we go. I am an adult.
You can do it.
I'm trying to remember what scene that was in. Like, what show? I am an adult. Oh, that's gonna drive me absolutely nuts. I'm gonna have to look that up later.
Right. I've got a good story about doing the right thing, technically.
Let's hear it.
Involving an animal. So, I lived in Mississippi. We had a big yard, and stuff. So one night I was tasked with taking out the garbage late at night. I'm like, why am I having to take out the garbage to the road? And it's 10:30 at night, but I'm doing it, whatever. My dad's helping me, but I start looking towards our yard. I'm like, telling him, I keep seeing a horse. I'm like, I'm being honest. I'm like, I see a horse in there. I was like, no, it's just a bush, just a bush. Well, it turns out there is this big white horse in the yard and everything. So we try to figure out, who's this horse belong to. We asked the neighbor, no, and everything. So we end up having to call the local police department. This horse had wandered over 100 miles away from its home.
Whoa.
I'm like, and it just so happened to end up in our yard. So we hold on to it, long enough for the people to get there because that's quite a distance for this horse to wander off, in the first place. And I don't think anyone's just gonna be able, like, at 10:30 at night, just be able to come and get the horse. They took them 2 days, but hey, it was fun just chilling with the horse for a couple of days, right?
I bet. That's nuts.
I'm like, well, I'm like, we don't even like say date him. Like, says he's been missing for like 2 months. I'm like, they thought they had just lost him. I'm like, well, I guess he just been wandering around. Like, and like I say, it's not like we live in that rural of an area. He had to walk through those, like, probably the city part at least somewhat to get to our house. So it's like, how was he not spotted at least once? Unless someone just thought he was a wild horse.
That is. Oh, there's a tree. That's crazy.
Like over 100 miles away. I mean, at least they're still the same state, but still, I mean, that's quite the distance for the horse to wander off. But granted, 2 months. I mean, the horse could have been anywhere at that point.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you figure you haven't seen something in over 2 months, and then all of a sudden, just kind of here you go. I mean, thankfully,
Yep.
I mean, nothing was wrong with it. Thankfully, I mean, you were able to just come pick it up, and we're good to go at that point. That's
Yep.
pretty cool.
Yeah. And we did receive a nice little reward for our kindness of, like, saying, not just letting the horses wander off again. I mean,
Well, and that's the thing too. Is I mean, if the horse wanted to wander off, I mean, what are you gonna do to stop it? I mean, it's one of those. Unless it's got
that's
like a
exactly
bit.
like saying like, how are we gonna keep this horse from wandering off again? Like, I mean, we have your horse, but what are we supposed to do to keep it from wandering off again?
I mean, I couldn't even begin to think, 'cause, like, okay, well, I don't have like a horse bit or anything like that. I don't have a harness. I don't have anything to keep your horse in, like, this immediate area of what do you want me to
Yep.
do?
Yeah, luckily the neighbor also played a big role in that. He also had a horse where he just let that horse stay with him for the most part.
Oh,
Uh,
that's good at least.
Yeah, but we were the ones giving the main credit because we the ones that found the horse in our yard. So maybe the horse that heard the other horse, and was just communicating, and maybe that's how they ended up in our yard.
That hey, sounds like what's that? Serendipitous. One of those kind of meant to be kind of scenarios.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, there it is. Oh
They
yeah.
were
Look at that.
the people were very happy to have the horse back.
Oh, I could only imagine. I mean, pets in general are expensive, but you talk about a horse. Horses are insanely expensive. The amount of time, energy, money, all that stuff. I mean, it's just incredible on how much they can actually be. But then, just for that investment, whether it's a pet or for show or for whatever, like, just for that to just wander off, I mean, that's a huge emotional toll. That's a huge financial toll. Like, the whole 9 yards. It's yeah. I can only imagine that whoever belonged to was incredibly grateful. That
Yeah, I'm like, hey, at least it was chipped too, man. Like, can you imagine if it wasn't chipped? What could have happened to the horse then?
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Because then there's no way to really identify it other than if it's branded or anything like that. I mean,
Yep.
ugh, that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. That's the one thing that I wish that would be a little bit smarter about when it comes to, like, the microchips and stuff like that, especially like for pets, for dogs in particular. Is I wish there was a more universal system regarding the chips, because it's one of those, if you've got like the local vets in the area and they subscribe to chipset A, and chipset A, then you end up going to a different vet and they install chipset B. Well, if all the vets that in your local area deal with chipset A, they have no way of reading it. So it's one of those, you might as well not even had the pet chipped in the first place. If the people who have the readers don't have the proper reader to read the chipset, well then it does nobody any good. So, and one of those that just kind of something that I, had thought of a while back, because it's like, man, I think, should I chip my dogs? And it's like, no, because it could be fine for my immediate local area, but if I move somewhere, then I'm gonna have to, look at the vets in the area to see if they use the same chipset and all that stuff, if they're able to minimum read that chipset. Like, there's so many different like factors to calculate in there, and it's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. But it's also one of those things where, I fence in my yards and keep them in there. I also watch them, make sure they don't wander off and all that stuff. So it'd be kind of a unique set of circumstances for them to actually kind of be able to be in a position to wander off.
Yeah. And we got to do the same with our dog. Like, if she gets outside, good luck catching her for a while. I mean, she wants to go see everyone in the neighborhood just because she will make any attempt to get outside that door that she can, because she wants to go see everyone in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, that's exactly it. My one small dog, he's exactly the same way, to where if he gets out, he's just booking it. He wants to go and see all the new sights, all the new smells, and just does not have any cares to give at that point. He is the most carefree, chilled dog at that point. He's just running around, just wanting to see everything. But then you throw into like my other dog, she's just stubborn. She's just absolutely stubborn. So you call her, she'll just stand there and look at you. And then if you start walking up to her, she runs away. Not that because she thinks that you're playing a game with her or anything like that. It's just because she's stubborn. And it's actually really annoying sometimes, because I'll let them outside and then, something will happen where I've got to get them inside real quick. Oh, hey, my wife needs help with the kids or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, okay, come on, sunshine, come on, let's go, come inside. And she's just standing there staring at me. And then if I go walk towards her or whatnot, then she'll like start, whoops, nope. Then she'll start like running in the opposite direction. Again, not because she's trying to play, not because she's trying to be cute. It's because she's just stubborn. But the other problem is that, and especially at night around here, you can't leave your dogs outside. You just can't. I mean, not only is there, all the critters and stuff that, can hurt them, but around this area that I'm in, we have these things called bufu toads. And don't know if anybody's familiar with these things, but these things, if you get a hold of them, they secrete this toxin from their skin, and it can really mess up your pet. It's like basically a neurotoxin, so it really starts shutting down the brain, the lungs, and all that stuff. And what's even worse is that they also secrete this kind of gummy mixture, so that if something bites a hold of them, it basically makes their mouth stick together, like gets all gummy and sticky. So they're dealing with the toxin, they're dealing with this kind of nastiness in their mouth. It's awful, absolutely awful. So whenever I see them in the yard, I'll grab them and I'll chuck them over the fence or do whatever to get them out. But thankfully here lately we haven't seen too many of them. Ooh, what am I doing? I got the harvester, not the...
Yep. Yeah, we try not to let our cats be out past dark. For us, we may have to worry about coyotes and stuff. Not that there are a ton of them out here, but I've seen one from time to time, so it's one of those, better be safe, not sorry.
Oh, and that's it. I mean, when you got pets, I mean, that's it exactly. Is you got to be careful, because you know, there's going to be other critters out there that wants to get a hold of them just as much. And
Yeah.
but I mean, just the other day there was a possum on the other side of the fence that was trying to get at my dogs through the fence, kind of thing. Thankfully, it was too big and whatnot, and I ended up just kind of giving the fence a good kick, and it bopped him in the nose, and he ended up scurrying away. But I tell you what, there was not a more scary-looking rodent than a possum.
Yeah. I went camping once and like say I come back and there was there's not one, not two, not even three, but like 5 possums in my tent. I'm like, well, y'all this is y'all's tent now.
Well, y'all just acquired a tent. I hope you have a fun time staying in it. If you wouldn't
Luckily,
mind.
I had a hammock as backup.
Oh, that's good at least. Holy smokes. Yeah, you got 5 possums just kind of wandering in. They kind of take residence.
Yep.
One of those, what's that when the government comes and claims your eminent domain? That's it.
Rain.
Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat. So we've got, let's see, where was I? Ken says, on Maypole Farm, I got over $100,000 for excessive bales. That's the other thing too, is it really seems like, especially silage contracts, that silage contracts are extremely overpowered. The amount of product that you get out of a silage contract is ridiculous. Bobby says, you said Mayoden. Oh, I did say Mayoden correctly. Okay, sweet. Let's see. Ken also says plus 30,000 for the contract. Hey, 130 grand for one contract. That's awesome. Bradford, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far with a bunch of the emojis there. Let's see. Miles says, Maxon, if you like build map my lands 4X by Stevie, if production is your thing, Lake Providence, Lake Province, La 4X by Newell as a mod hub map, able just run no or minimal mods in the build and things. Miles also says Fraser Valley because if you have a good rig, it pulls hard. Ooh, so that sounds like a highly detailed one. We got Ken says plotting. Jasper just wants to get BDD any chance he has. LOL. Oh yes. Yes, Jasper absolutely does not like me whatsoever. So, one of those that any chance he can, he takes. Any chance he gets to mess with me and the farm, he takes full advantage of it. So, one of those we just got to roll with the punches. Let's get this dumped out, and then we'll have all... Oh, there's cones right there. Hey, I just drove over them. Nice. Alright.
Hey, those were my cones. No wonder why they were flat.
Well, thankfully I drove right over them, so I didn't actually like squish them. So I'll take it. I will take it. Let's see. Let's get this set of equipment over, and then we'll have everything. We'll have everything over, rocking and rolling. Hopefully we'll be able to get everything kind of set up and good to go. And let's see. I got... Okay, 10,000... Whoa, there's a... Easy. Ah, my goodness. Just gotta...
Well, you gotta pay for that power pole now. For the light pole.
Put it on Jasper's dime.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Everything that he's put me through, I think he can handle that one.
He can pick up the tab.
Exactly. Nearly full.
Plus,
Wow.
he's a ghost. He should have lots of money, right?
You can't take it with you. So hopefully he wasn't. Hopefully he wasn't a poor ghost, or poor when he was alive. All right, let's stop right about there. No, wait, that's almost full. How is that already full?
Maybe it's a smaller capacity size on the bin of it?
Oh, it's definitely a smaller capacity. There's no doubt about that. But I'm just shocked that it's that full already. I wonder what kind of payout, like what kind of yield I'm going to have at the end of all this. Oh, I just missed it. Yeah,
I hate
just
it when
missed
that
it.
happens. When you just miss and they have to stay stop, and if you want them to keep going, you have to, like, they will sit there. It's like you rather gotta restart them or just unload them. It's like, come on, just keep moving.
That's it. That's it exactly. Let's see. Bobby says, BDD, you took the words right out of my mouth. Cracker Jack box, 100%. It just blows my mind how people can be driving around and actually be like, oh yeah, hey, I took accreditation. I actually, passed an exam. I did a thing.
Yeah, they didn't get it out of a Cracker Jack box. They got it out of a cereal box price.
Exactly. Paul says, Paul, how's it going? Paul Irwin, hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, I love your mods, DBB modding. Keep up with the great work and Farming Simulator on all platforms. Man, I meant BDD. Well, unfortunately, I don't make any mods or maps or anything like that, but I appreciate the sentiment. I hope you're enjoying the channel. I hope you're enjoying the content. Greatly appreciate it. And I hope you're having a fantastic day, Paul. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to your chat. I'm trying to catch up, but hopefully we'll get there sooner rather than later. Let's see. Let's get this unloaded. Oh yeah, look at that. Just chugging along. Come on. Holy smokes. I mean, we're almost done with this field here. We only got maybe 2 more full strips. Let's see. Bobby says, yes, Atlanta traffic is horrible, 100%. Timbo says, the new Fraser Valley map looks cool. Timbo says, Atlanta sucks big time. Yes, 100% agree with that. Atlanta traffic is crazy. So one of the scariest experiences I've ever had happened in Atlanta. And I was driving I think I was coming from Florida going up to Michigan. And I was just passing through. And it was the most wildest thing. I've never seen anybody do it before or since. But just driving along, I think I'm in the 3rd from the left lane before the HOV, the multiple occupancy lane starts. And there's somebody in, let me think, they are, I think, 2 from the right lane. So I'm 2 or 3 from the left lane, and they're 2 from the right. So there's at least 1 or 2 lanes in between the 2 of us. All of a sudden, from out of nowhere, no signal, no warning, no nothing. They go from the number 2 from the right all the way to the number 2 on the left. No signal, no nothing. And they just literally jerk the wheel right in front of me, cuts me off in the process. And they jerk the wheel so hard that they start turning the back end of the car and go sideways. Like almost like they were trying to avoid something, but there was nothing there. There was nothing for them to avoid. And they just start swaying back and forth, fishtailing down the highway. We're all going like 75 miles an hour at this point. It was the most scary experience that I've had actually happen to me. I've had worse experiences that I've been involved with, but that was one of the most crazy things, because it's just over, and they eventually settled in the number 3 lane directly in front of me after they self-corrected. Well, then they did the same exact thing after that, going from the left side to the far right into the number 1 right lane. So no idea what was going on, no idea why that was a thing, but they were just like they were evading Jasper almost. Like they could see Jasper's coming at them, and who knows at that point. It was just nuts, absolutely nuts. But one of the scariest things that ever happened to me while I was driving, I was actually in Michigan at this point, before I'd moved down to Florida. Woo! Anyways, and I was coming back from school. I was in community college at the time, and I was heading home and whatnot, and I was driving. It was a 91 Ford F-150 pickup truck. Love that truck. Miss that truck so much. It was my grandfather's old truck. And I'm driving along, and all of a sudden, a semi-truck, comes out in front of me, and I'm just riding behind them in the passing lane. Hey there, could you not cut me off? Well,
No, and they have to. They just have to.
They have to. So the semi-truck gets in front of me, and they're riding in the fast lane. They're trying to get around traffic. Well, all of a sudden, the semi-truck merges off to the right side. So it's a 2-lane highway. They merge right, and traffic in front of them, dead stop. Dead stop. They don't try to slow down. They get into the right lane because there's no traffic in the right lane, but I can't see in front of them. So I had no idea that traffic was stopped. Again, I'm in an old 91 Ford F-150. This thing probably couldn't brake well on the best of days, let alone trying to evasively brake. So I did the only thing I could think to do. Instead of ramming into the back of somebody at 75 miles an hour, I jerk the wheel and I go into the median. And all of a sudden, I'm going 70 miles an hour on grass sideways. It was the scariest thing I've ever done, but thankfully, being from Michigan and being in the north, I'm used to driving on snow, on less than ideal driving surfaces. And as I'm trying to cut the wheel back, turning into the skin and all that stuff, my front tires reach the gravel, so I'm no longer on grass as much as I'm like front end on gravel and the rear end on grass. And it's just enough friction at this point to start correcting the skid. So I'm starting to turn back into it, starting to drive straight, still going, 60, 55 miles an hour sideways at this point in a big, high pickup truck. And all of a sudden, the back end starts coming back, turning straight, and I start driving straight like nothing wrong ever happened. Needless to say, I needed a new pair of shorts after that experience, and I pulled off to the side of the road and proceeded to vomit everywhere, not literally, but after that experience, I was praying to everything I possibly could. I was just so grateful, so thankful, because like I said, I'm going probably 70, 75 miles an hour, and there's dead stop traffic in front of me. I'm either plowing into the back of somebody in my big old pickup truck, or I'm going into the median and praying for the best. And thankfully, somebody answered, because holy smokes, it was the single most terrifying experience I've ever experienced in my entire life, bar none. Actually, no, I take that back. The scariest experience I've ever had.
Oh boy,
Scary.
It could get worse than that.
oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. So my wife and I, we've had gastric bypass surgery. At my heaviest, I was almost 500 pounds at my heaviest. I was a big boy. At my lightest, I got down to 230 was my lightest. Let's not get into a fight here, you two. Come on, back up. So, quite a considerable difference. Well, my wife decides that she wants to go to a theme park in our local area. Come on, stop.
It's running away.
It was. It absolutely was. So she decides that she wants to go to a local theme park. I'm like, okay, that's fine, no problem. So I'm small enough now that, hey, I can go on some rides. I want to be able to kind of experience, what all can be done and all that. Well, we go on to this ride, and I forget the name of the ride, but it's one of those where you sit down in a seat, and it circles around this giant tower, and it takes you straight up. And at its highest point, it then all of a sudden swings the seat out, so you're looking straight down. Okay? So it's one of those, it's, number one, it's terrifying all by itself. But again, I've lost a ton of weight, and I'm a big barrel-chested man. Like, I've got a big, even after losing all this weight, I've got a very big chest area, but my waist has shrunk quite considerably. Well, the only thing that's holding me in place is this kind of over the head shoulder harness and a strap in between my legs. That's the only thing holding me in place. Now again, my lower half is significantly smaller than my upper half. So when the chair kicks out from under you and you're looking straight down, all of a sudden my bottom half is wiggling free in the seat. And the only thing keeping me in place is my death grip strength on the upper body part and whatever small amount of tension there was between my back and this shoulder harness. That's it. That's it. I'm feeling my whole lower extremities just dangling, like free dangling, and I can feel my upper body moving from the shoulder harness. So I'm not I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm literally hanging on for dear life. If I swing in either direction and I lose my grip, I'm falling, however many stories. That was by far the most scared I think I've ever been in my entire life. I will never go on this ride ever again. And the moment that they engage the ride to drop you, because again, it's one of those just vertical drop rides. The moment that they engage that, my whole lower body and upper body just sucked back up into the seat. And then at the very end of the ride, you get down towards the bottom, it engages the brakes, and the seat swings back out to where you're facing out, away from the center column pillar. So yeah, needless to say, I think that's probably the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. For my own life. Was no fun. And I don't think I've gotten onto a theme park ride ever since.
Yeah, for me, I hate roller coasters. I really hate roller coasters. I was never a fan of them at all.
I mean, after that experience, like I said, I don't think I'll ever go on to another theme park ride like that ever again. It's just one of those. It's just one of those that I cannot see myself ever getting over that one. It's just pure unadulterated terror. And my wife is sitting there right next to me, in the seat right next to me, and the only thing I can think of, the only thing that's going through my head at that point in time, and this is before I was a father and all that stuff, is, oh my goodness, my wife's going to see me fall to my death. That's the only thing that's going through my head at that point, is I'm going to lose my grip, I'm going to fall, and she's going to watch the whole thing before her eyes. So it was absolutely petrifying. And then we got off the ride, and she could tell I'm visibly shaken up. I'm visibly in a panic at this point. And I get down on the ground, I go away from the ride, I find the first bench that I can find, and I just sit down, and I'm just absolutely like gasping for air. I'm just like, just my heart is beating faster than if I ran a marathon. Like, it just felt like my whole chest was about to explode. And she's like, what just happened? Like, why are you this upset? What's going on? And I explained to her what happened. And she's like, oh my, like, she started freaking out. Like, she started panicking. She's like, oh my goodness, I didn't even notice that. Didn't even see that happening. And it's like, no, I know. I know. So, yeah, that was far more scary than the car, than the truck.
The truck was a breeze compared to that.
Oh, yeah. Well, the truck, I was out of control, yes, but I at least had some level of trying to correct the situation. That ride, like, it's hold on for dear life. So, yeah, needless to say, never again. So look at this. We got no, what am I doing? What am I doing? Stop it. I didn't want to bring it here. I want this to go into the pig feed mixer. I want to make pig feed. Oh my goodness. What was I thinking? I'm glad I'm able to get that stuff out of it. So anyways, why do I have my lights on? What's going on? So I think it's been a while since I used this this pig feed maker. So I think I can pull in here. I think I can go over those grates right over there, and it loads right into the mixer.
The mixer's broken because you haven't used it.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! Don't say that, Jonah. Come on! Come on!
You never know these days.
Ah, Jasper got a hold of it, didn't he?
Maybe.
Ah, Jasper! Where's that fiery emoji when we need it? The feeling you get after Jasper messes with you. Alright, so let's pull in here. See, I'm on the back. Let's turn this to the front. At bare minimum, even if this puts it right into my silo, I can... Okay, there we go. I can then at least get it out of the silo and put it into the mixer, wherever that may be. Alright, let's go, let's go. Come on. Big money, no whammies, no whammies. Nope, darn it. Okay, so it's not putting it in there. Okay, it's not doing what I thought it was going to do. That's fine. Not a big deal. Okay, let's pull that right there. And this can go right across the street to the farm. We're going to catch up with the chat. I keep saying we're going to catch up with the chat. We're going to catch up. I'm going to catch up. I promise. I keep getting distracted with stories. Oh my goodness. So let's get this over there. Wow. Wow. That just dawned on me. Holy smokes. I got 14,000 liters in here. I had, what, 9,000 liters in the other trailer? I've got over 20,000 liters of product here.
That's a lot of product.
Holy smokes. That's amazing. We're going to have pig feed. Let's see. Is it here? Is this where I can dump it? Ah, ha, 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 ha. Why, yes, it is. Look at that. Yes. Let's get that sorghum out of here. Oh, 13,000 liters of sorghum. Holy smokes. Okay, well, We're gonna make some pig feed. We're gonna make some pig feed.
Gotta go buy some woinkers after that, then.
Oh, yeah. Bam, look at that. We're making pig feed. Where is it? Where is it? There it is.
And then from the pigs, you can get more manure and make more fertilizer out of it.
Oh, yeah, you read my mind. Read my mind. I love it. Oh, come on, dump. There we go. All right, so let's catch up. Bobby says Dallas-Fort Worth is pretty bad also. Yes, so I've been through Dallas-Fort Worth, and it was pretty bad, but again, I have yet to see... Actually, no, that's actually not true either. You know what? I'll tell that story in just a minute. Remind me to tell you my bad driver story in California.
I'll remind you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Paul says, I cannot wait for you to do FS25 on your best mods you make for everybody. Oh! Paul, I think I understand your first chat now. Oh, you're talking about the best mods videos that I made. Okay. So anyways, I cannot wait for you to do the FS25, your best mods you make for everybody. Man, I love your YouTube video as well, BDD modding. You do nice work. Well, like I said, I don't mod at all. I just I do the videos and all that stuff. But hey, I'm so glad that you're enjoying the content. I really appreciate it. Timbo says, I drove long haul for a bit. Bad drivers everywhere. Oh yes, oh yeah. Especially when you're driving, long hauls, like driving semi trucks and all that stuff. Driving commercially sucks. It sucks so bad because you got people who are just, again, in their own little world. You should be thankful that you exist in it. It's nuts. Let's see. Paul says, you have a great night, man. See you later. All right, Paul. Well, you have yourself a great night. Hope you have a great night. You take care. We'll see you again next time. Again, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for your kind words about the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Dimbo says AI needs to stop. 100% needs to stop. I tell you what, it worries me. It really worries me. Bobby says AI is going to lead to iRobot and the bad guy in Terminator. I don't trust it at all. 100%. 100%. No lies detected. Timbo says, I'd like to have a copperhead pretty snake. Ooh, no.
Thank you.
No, thank you indeed. Bobby says the NC Zoo is building an Asian exhibit. One cage is going to have a king cobra in it. I will not visit that cage. If I see a black snake, I automatically assume it is a cottonmouth. Oh yeah. Okay. Another quick story, and then I'll get back to the chat. So there was my nieces. They bought a house a while back that was just recently built, and it was out of a nature preserve. Not a nature preserve, but it was basically like butted up against a nature preserve. And I came over to their house for the very first time, and I see that they have all their shoes, all their tennis shoes, their sneakers, everything out in the garage. And I go over to my sister-in-law, and I'm like, hey, you need to take all these shoes and put them inside the house. Every single one of these you need to put inside the house, because I'm warning you, you're going to get a spider, you're going to get a wolf spider, you're going to get a snake, you're going to get something that's going to bite these little girls, and you're going to regret it. You're going to regret ever letting them have their shoes out in the garage. It's like you would much rather having to pick up a little bit of dirt in your house than having one of these little girls getting bit by a cottonmouth or a coral snake or anything like that. So I'm warning you, do this now. About 3 weeks later, I go over to their house, and I'm sitting inside the house, and my sister-in-law goes out into the garage. All of a sudden she screams, lets out this huge blood-curdling scream. I go racing out there because anytime anybody screams, especially when it's a female, I go and investigate. It's like, what is going on? And I go out there and she says, there's a snake in the garage. There's a snake in the garage. I'm like, oh, that's not good. And of course, she left her garage door open. She would leave it open all the time. Again, the shoes are out there. There's mittens and like little gloves that they would have whenever, you know, it would get cold and stuff. So I'm like, okay, where is it? And she's like, it's underneath the shoes. It's underneath the shoes. So I'm like, do you have a shovel? Do you have anything that I can, you know, dig around with? And she's like, yeah, there it is over there. So I go and grab it, and you know, I'm starting to root around, and all of a sudden this thing comes popping out, and it opens its mouth, and sure enough, it's a cottonmouth. Sure enough, it's got the big white mouth, and I'm like, oh dear goodness. So it has just enough of its head poking out, and all of a sudden, boom! I smack it with the shovel, and there it goes. It's done. And she gets upset with me. She's like, "Why'd you kill it?" I'm like, why wouldn't I have killed it? How else am I going to get it out from all these shoes? And I'm like, you realize what this is? And she's like, it's a snake. I'm like, it's a cottonmouth. This thing is deadly. This thing could kill you, let alone the girls. And after that, we went through and we were smacking out all the shoes, brought every single pair in the house. Every single one. Everything that they had to put on was then, from that point on, in the house. So, thankfully, it didn't end in disaster. But, certainly could have. Let's see. Timbo says, black snakes don't look like cottonmouths. No. I'm trying to remember. They're basically like a dark pattern with the big white mouth. If I remember right. Yeah, dark pattern, white mouth. Yep. Let's see what else we got. Where was I? There we go. Timbo says black snakes aren't as chunky as yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're really fat and really. So this one was a younger one, and that's the problem with baby snakes, is that they're actually more dangerous than the adults. The adults will take a tag and then end it, but babies can't control the amount of venom that they inject. It's basically an all or nothing kind of thing. So they don't understand. They don't know how to limit the amount that they inject. So babies are way worse. Way worse.
Actually, I object to that. According to people, they've done studies that babies do know how to control their venom, actually.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because that's something I've always heard for the longest time, is that baby snakes are way more dangerous because they do an all or nothing kind of thing.
That's what the people said, but from what I've been hearing, you know, from people like say, you know, deal with snakes, that babies actually have very good control over their venom.
Okay, I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm just repeating what I've heard on that one. So, you are just as an authority, just as much of authority on that subject as I am. So I will tip my cap to you on that one, Jonah. Let's see. Bradford says that tree saved you from the train. You know what? I will take anything saving me from that train. Anything to save me from the jaws of Jasper. Mm-hmm. Bobby says, Timbo, I am terrified of snakes. If I know there is a snake in a place, I am not going there. Bobby, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I cannot stand them. Cannot stand them. They are the work of Satan. Luke says, okay, y'all, I got to go. Everyone have a good night. I will send those pics later. All right, Luke, it was great seeing you, great hanging out with you. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night, and we'll see you again next time. Timbo says, I've only had a gardener snake in the yard in the city, but out hunting and fishing, I've seen rattlers and bull snakes. Ooh. Ooh. So we've got a friend of ours who he does a lot of hunting up there in Georgia. He's got property up there, and oftentimes he'll go like boar hunting is his thing. Well, I guess the last time he was out there, he saw one of the biggest, fattest rattlers that he said he's ever seen. He actually took pictures of this thing, and I'm like, nope, 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 big bag of nope. And the reason that I cannot stand rattlesnakes is even after you cut their heads off, they will still sit there and chomp, 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 chomp away. Like, nope, nope, nope. That is nightmare fuel to the extreme. Let's see. Let's see. Timbo says water snakes are little jerks. Yeah, all snakes are jerks. I'm again not a fan. Ken says, "Have a good night, Luke." Bradford says, "Night, Luke." Bobby says, "I will mess around with alligator, snapping turtles." Alligator, snapping turtles, alligators, and such. I am not messing around with snakes. You know what? Yeah, I think I would much rather deal with an alligator or an alligator snapper or anything like that rather than a snake. Has no paws and nor claws. Bobby says, I had to work in a building in Stewart, Virginia, and saw a snake in the building. I exited the building at a very fast pace and didn't go back until the snake was removed. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'd do the same exact way. I wouldn't care if they were threatening to let me go at that point and say, hey, you come back in here or else. You know what? Do the or else. For all I care, burn this place to the ground. If there was a snake in my home, I would set the home on fire and deal with it later. I'd get the kids and the wife out and the dogs out first. But after that, it's just pour the gasoline and just let it go. Bobby says, Timbo, as I said, I am absolutely terrified of snakes. As Dale Earnhardt said, grass is just green asphalt. Yes, absolutely. Jonah with the fiery emojis. Love it, Jonah. Thank you very much.
You're
Bradford with the kaboom and the alien emoji. We got Timbo with I gotta work in 4 hours. Great stream. I definitely be back watching your videos. Timbo, greatly appreciate it. And that stinks that you gotta work in 4 hours. But I hope you have yourself a fantastic night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Bradford says, night, Timbo. Timbo says, later, everyone. Ken says, have a good night. Have a good day, Timbo. And then Bobby says, Jonah, one day we need to get together and go see the big boy when it is out operating. I would really enjoy seeing the big boy in action.
I would do the same. Do the same. That is on my bucket list of trains I need to go see. I mean, I've seen the NW 611, but Big Boy is on my list for sure.
So where is Big Boy located?
Big Boy, it's hard to say, the Big Boy is a big steam locomotive that does what railroads call excursions. It pulls like a special passenger train called an excursion that you can most of them let you buy tickets for and stuff, you know. And it's touring the country. It's been to New Orleans, it's been there. It's going all across the UP's lines. And this is, like I said, the biggest steam locomotive in the US. It's massive. It took them years to restore this thing. It's huge. When you look it up, you're gonna be very impressed on how big this thing is.
And when you say UP, you mean Union Pacific, correct?
Yeah, Union Pacific. Yes.
Okay. That's why I assumed. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Like I said, I'm not an expert. That was actually a very lucky guess.
Yep. Union Pacific. UP for short.
Gotcha. Let's see. Might as well turn that off. I don't need that on right now. We are getting our fertilizer.
Now, you wanted me to remind you your story about, your worst driver in Dallas?
Oh no! So in California,
California.
So I was driving through Dallas Fort Worth to go out to California. So at the time, I was maybe, I might have been 18, 19, and I was visiting my girlfriend at the time. She was in the Navy, and she was stationed out in Coronado. Whoa. Okay. We just got fertilizer. Vavoom. Anyways, going out there to visit her in California. I'd never been to California, and after that experience, I will never go out to California ever again. It was awful. I hated it every second, and no matter where I was, didn't like it. Anyways, in all fairness, I was down, like I said, I was in Coronado. I was in like the San Diego area, and me, I'm not a big fan of cities or anything like that. Well, this was at the time the biggest area I'd ever been to ever. So needless to say, I was a little bit overwhelmed and all that stuff. Maybe like Northern California might be different, might be a little bit better for somebody like me. But anyways, I digress. So I was going out there, and I was going from the airport that I had landed in, and I was taking Interstate 5. Now, this is the first time, again, I've been on a highway where there's 8 lanes in either direction. So there's 8 lanes in one direction of travel, and there's 8 lanes in another direction of travel. So this is very overwhelming, especially for like an 18, 19-year-old. This is something like impressive. So I'm traveling down, and I'm going south on 5. Yeah, I think it was south on 5. And as I'm traveling, I'm just seeing cars just fly by. Like, I've never seen anybody drive like this ever. And they're just flying by it like I'm standing still. I'm probably going maybe 5 miles over, but they're traveling what was probably about 25, 30 miles an hour beyond that. Well, traffic starts to get a little bit thick at one point and starts coming bumper to bumper, and people are driving extremely slow. Well, I'm just sitting there, and I'm listening to the radio, paying attention where I've got to go and all this stuff, and all of a sudden I hear just a giant engine. Again, this is practically standstill traffic. I've never seen this before. I've never been in a state where this is actually legal before. But who here is familiar with lane splitting, specifically with motorcycles?
I've seen it, and I think it's dangerous.
It's insanely dangerous. It is just never experienced that ever in my entire life, and especially seeing them just go flying past you. Like I said, I'm practically standing still, but there's bumper to bumper traffic, cars to the left of me, cars to the right of me, and this motorcycle just comes screaming past by my driver's side window. And I just, like, what was that? Like, it went by so fast, I didn't even have a time to register in my brain what it was. And then all of a sudden, maybe about 30 seconds later, and you're just seeing all these motorcycles just go flying past you. I'm like, what is going on? So now I'm paying attention to what's happening, not only in front of me, paying attention, stop and go traffic and all that, but I'm having to pay attention to what's behind me, because I don't want to like try and merge over, and then all of a sudden I squish a motorcycle rider, especially out in California. Who knows what they would do to me out there, but especially in those times. But anyways, I digress. It was just, it was some of the worst experiences that I have ever had in my entire life. Was out there in Coronado, was out there in San Diego. And from what I understand, those were some of the nicer cities, especially in those times. Like I said, this was more than 20 years ago, because I was, like I said, about 18, 19, maybe even 20, around that ballpark. Now, where I stayed, when I was there with my girlfriend, where I stayed, it was actually south of all that, and we were kind of in the middle of nowhere. We ended up renting this cabin that was at this campground area, and we were just kind of hanging out there, but it was really close to the border, so we were always seeing like CBP, driving by and doing all that stuff, and that was a bit unsettling again for somebody who was born and raised out in the country, seeing cops just always flying by all hours of the day and night, specifically at night too. We get headlights that would shine into the bedroom and into the cabin that we were at. That was a bit unsettling. But yeah, one of the most wildest experiences I had was out there in California when I was passing through Dallas-Fort Worth, experiencing lane splitting for the very first time. That one just really blew my mind. And at the time, I told my girlfriend, it's like, hey, what's the story with all these motorcycle riders and them just come charging up in the middle of the lane? Oh yeah, that's called lane splitting. That's what they do out here. I'm like, wait, that's legal? It's like, oh yeah, it's legal out here. It's like, that's dumb. I think that's exactly what I said to her. It's like, that's just dumb. Let's see. Bobby also says, out west mostly the wheel configuration is 4884. I don't know what that means, Bobby. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll inform you. So the 4 relate to the 4 front wheels. The 2 8s refer to the 8. It has 2 sets of driving wheels, so it has 4 on each side, so it counts for 8. And then it has another set, and then it has 4 more like wheels on the back end of it that are more there for steering and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see.
Bradford, yeah, like the steam engine, they say they have they chuff. This one has 2 chuffs, 2 things on it that help it chuff, not just one. 2.
Oh wow! Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's gotta, and it's called the Big Boy.
Yes.
I've got to check that out. I've got to see this.
It has a little cousin called a Challenger, which is pretty much the same thing, but it's a 4664.
Oh wow! So it's still a pretty big train, but just not as big.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. You'd all definitely got my attention because, like I said, I might not be big into trains and all that stuff, but I'm big into engineering. I'm big into what is it that people can make, and that definitely sounds like it's up my alley.
It's definitely fascinating. They're both big locomotives that are built to be pulling big long trains. They need more locomotives and stuff for. Because if you put 2 of these on the same train, I mean, they'll do amazing things.
Well, it almost reminds me of the I think it was back in World War II, the Germans had those massive trains that they would pull around those rail guns.
Mm-hmm.
It almost sounds like something like that.
Yep. And there's a good video on YouTube, one of the Challengers that this person wanted his intermodal train pulled by a Challenger, and which is one that one of those big engines I mentioned. It was pulling over 130 intermodal cars that were double stacked. That was insane for that locomotive.
Wow. That sounds insane.
And double stacks being 2 shipping containers stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, no, wow. That is nuts. I mean, you figure just the weight alone, that's an impressive feat, full sentence stop. But then, wow, that is nuts. Let's see.
Just per se, they could have used a regular freight locomotive. This shipper specifically asked for the steam engine to pull their train.
Wow.
And UP provided that.
That's incredible. Let's see. Bradford says Union Pack, not Upper Peninsula. You know what? In all fairness, I didn't think of the Upper Peninsula until you just said it. Now, I'm actually a little bit ashamed that I didn't think of the Upper Peninsula, because me being from Michigan, it would have been an easy one for me to go with. But let's see. Also, Coronado's Blue Bridge. Yes. So that one we didn't go out to see, but we ended up, or maybe we did and I just didn't realize it, but we ended up going on base there, because like I said, she was in the Navy and she wanted to show me around on the base, so she was able to get me in and whatnot, and we were kind of going around like the what do they call it? It's where you could go and shop and do all that stuff. The X, basically like the exchange. I forget what it's actually called, but yeah, they got all these like different kinds of shops where all the military people can shop and do all that stuff. But it's cool because they're in the military; they get all their stuff tax free. So that was kind of cool. But unfortunately, I was 18, 19 years old, and all my money was tied up in the trip. I didn't have any money to spend. So even though we were just kind of wandering around, putzing around, it was my first time being on being on a military base. It was way back then. So it was cool. Yes. Okay. Bradford, I saw that. Yes. So Bradford says, scare me for the first time. I was out there for 11 months. Holy smokes. I couldn't handle 11 days. I couldn't only imagine 11 months. Let's see. Bobby says, if I remember correctly, the Challenger was designed for pulling passenger cars. Do you know that answer there, Jonah?
I would have like I would have say for passenger cars, I probably would use the 844 style locomotive and stuff, because the Challenger, I feel like that would be too big of a locomotive, like say 4 passengers. Not saying you couldn't do it. It's just UP wanted the trains be for speed. The Challenger probably wasn't the best for speed, considering it could probably get up to fast, but the 844 would be way more style, would have been way more better, because it could get up to speeds over to 90 miles an hour.
Oh wow.
Yep.
So yeah, almost like the Challenger probably would have just been overkill at that point.
Yep.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Like, I mean, you'll be impressed with what steam engines could get up to. Like, say, there's steam engines that can get up well to over 100 miles an hour. Like, and like, say that was normal for them. Our trains, like, it takes, more technology nowadays to get your diesels over 100 miles an hour. Yet steam engines could just do it naturally with the right amount of fuel and stuff.
Oh wow.
Yep.
That's pretty cool though. I mean, I tell you what, there are times where it's almost as if we've regressed in certain aspects. Like I understand why, steam engines are no longer the mainstay kind of thing. They're not as reliable. Not that they're not as reliable, it's that you have to refuel them very often. You have to, always be having water at hand and all that stuff. So it's one of those, you got to take long stops in order to be able to continue down the line and all that stuff. It's just less efficient at the end of the day. So it's one of those, like, but the fact that you can get a steam engine up to almost 100 miles an hour, and you're almost regressing in that fact. And even like with modern trains and stuff like that, when you got like bullet trains and stuff, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're super impressive, but it's also one of those where, the amount of the amount of power and stuff that you need for something like that is just incredible. It's nuts. It's just nuts. Let's get this here. All right, well, fill that back up because I want to sell every ounce of fertilizer I possibly can. And as you can see, $17,000 was the contract, minus $2,000, almost $2,600 for the lease, and then $15,200 for the sale of the fertilizer. Love it. $30,000 contract. Absolutely wonderful. Making 30 grand in a couple of minutes. Not that bad. Not that bad at all. How is that production site looking? We've got almost 7,000 liters of pig feed. We're going to have so much pig feed now. Let's see. What is my shortcoming on this recipe? I've got plenty of sugar beets. I got tons of sugar beets. Do I have any more sunflowers? Let's go over to the silo. Okay. Okay, so no more sunflowers. I've got tons of potatoes, tons of sugar beets. Yeah, I've got so much in that recipe. 8,000 liters of wheat, 7,000 liters of sunflowers, and I've got more wheat, if I'm not mistaken. I do, 10,000 liters of wheat. So we're going to be chugging away. We're going to have plenty of pig feed. So we're going to be able to get some piggies here soon. I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's see. Bradford was saying the PX or the NX. Yes. So that sounds familiar. I don't remember which one it was, but that does sound familiar. Hot Night with the sheep poof. How's it going, Hot Night? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Got Bobby says the 844 is the only steam locomotive that has never been retired. Oh, very nice.
Yep.
See, Bradford says I was stationed at NAS Coronado before that was NAS Pensacola in FL for 9 months. What branch were you in there, Bradford? Just out of curiosity. Oh, if you're there in Coronado, I'd assume it was either the Navy, possibly the Marines, because I think the Marines kind of come in and out of there as well. Again, could be. I'm very, very uneducated when it comes to the military. Marines. Oh, okay, so I was right. I know a thing or two. Only
now,
a thing or two.
I actually got a question for Bobby. Like, I'm wondering, like, say, since me and you are searching the trains, have you seen, like, some of the videos of where, like, the UP steam engines, like, say, the 844 once helped to stall freight train up a hill, and more recent, the Big Boy did it, too. Have you seen those videos of the UP steamers helping the stalled freight trains up the hill?
That certainly sounds interesting.
Yep. Like, UP, like, say they had a train one time they needed more, who didn't bring enough horsepower, enough diesel engines, and they just so happened to have the 844 excursion train right behind them. So instead of calling more diesels, they just used the steam engine to push the train up the rest of the way up the hill.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's pretty impressive, it's saying like steam is still could be king if they wanted it to. And then another time it just so happened where the big boys behind the train, the same thing happens. It's pretty spectacular when the freight engines still need help from the steam engines.
Oh, that is just absolutely amazing because it's just one of those, like, I would just imagine the base weight of, whoa, easy, wiggle. I would imagine the base weight of oh my goodness, I didn't expect that to be tipped down to the floor. I just figured I would get an error message saying, hey, you can't pour that here.
Oh no, it's all over the ground. It's ruined. It's all ruined.
There we go. Looking good. Now we're talking. I would imagine just the base weight of like any locomotive, like any not locomotive, I'm sorry, any steam engine would be greater than that of, let's say, a similar sized, you know, diesel or anything like that, simply because of the amount of water that you would have in order to power it. Does that make sense, or am I off
Yeah,
base on
like
that?
steam engines were typically, probably weighed more, but sometimes your diesel still can weigh more than certain steam engines. Like say diesels now kind of nowadays get big old fuel tanks, so they can carry thousands upon thousands of gallons of diesel fuel to help them go longer distances without having to stop.
That makes sense. It's one of those that, yeah, that makes sense. Let's
Right.
see. We got, oh yeah, we got seeds. We got quite a bit of seeds actually. Let's see, 6. Got 7 eggs. All right, yeah, no, we're doing all right. Doing all right. Let's see. So we've got Bradford said the Marines. So got that. Bobby says yes, I have great videos. And then
Perfect.
Hot Night says checking in before work. Hope you guys have a good evening. You as well, Hot Night. Hope you have a good time at work there, or at least as good time as any can have at work. But let's see. Wow, it's 1:30 already. Holy smokes. Didn't even realize. Where did the time go, everybody? Holy cow.
What time? Well, we've been progressing through time. I thought it's only been 10 minutes.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yep.
Oh, I love it. Love it, love it. I tell you what, we finally got some harvesting contracts that we'll be able to pop in and be able to do, but these are some big contracts. We're talking, potatoes and all that. So that might be one where we hire the old trusty blue harvester here as a lease and kind of go from that point. But I think this might be a good point to leave it because, like I said, all we've got are these big contracts for harvesting. And yeah,
We
I
gotta
don't
save some for a rainy day, right?
exactly, 100%. But I mean, we're doing pretty good here on Carpathian Countryside. We got some. Let's see, we got a little bit of wheat over here. Ooh, actually, we have way more wheat than I thought we did. Because I forgot we had some over here too. I'll have to get this over. Anyways, we got tons of solid fertilizer getting made over here. We got lime. We got manure. We got slurry. We got cows. We don't have 6,800 cows like Will does, but we have cows nonetheless. Just playing with you, Will. But no, we're doing all right. I'm pretty pleased with how things are turning out here, and we finally got a way to carry some things here around on the farm. We finally got our wheel loader. Ah, oh, so happy, so pleased. Let's see. Bobby says one video I saw with the big boy helped a stalled out diesel train push the train to its destination. Wow, that's nuts.
Yep.
I'm definitely. So what do you just like Google search big boy train?
Yeah, just search a big boy 4014 and you'll find thousands of videos on it. I mean, like say it is popular. I can even send you like some links to some of the videos I watched of it. Like say it's almost impossible not to find it anytime you're searching up trains. Like it's there. It's huge.
Okay. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, absolutely send it to me, and I'll definitely check it out.
Oh yeah,
But
I definitely will.
But yeah, it looks like I'm all caught up with the chat. Let me just double check this screen here. It looks like we are, yeah, I think we're pretty good at this point. But I want to thank everybody who showed up here tonight, who hung out with us. I had an absolute blast. Jonah, thank you so much for coming out, hanging out with us again tonight. Had a really good time hanging out with you and chatting with you. Stick around for just a few minutes after the conclusion of the stream. Do you want to give yourself any shout outs before we take off?
they say, just check out my channel. It's always got all sorts of trains on there. I mean, it doesn't have the big boy on there, not yet. Hopefully someday in the future. But if you like trains, go to the channel. And I guess this is ending. I'll say what I always say when I get out of here. Stay safe. Stay happy, everybody.
100% agree with you there, Jonah. Thank you so very much. But I hope everybody enjoyed the stream tonight. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing that shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.